got nothing.
All
right, well now we're live, so spice. I mean, I guess we're still just pretty spicy on stream usually.
Spice up your life. I'm never spicy.
Yeah, you are.
I will say.
Uh-huh.
I am being actively traumatized right now. I have an irrational fear of thunder, and we have really bad thunderstorms.
Oh no!
So if I'm muted,
I see.
for a long amount of time, it's me trying not to panic.
Got you.
The rain has started.
Oh, no.
I can see clearly now.
Did I freak you out earlier, V? When
I thought you had like a spike of pain or something. I thought you were
No.
physically like in peril.
I was in peril. I never picked a level 4 skill feat because there's too many.
That's so real.
But then when I pulled up the level 5, there's only one.
Yeah, so like the level 4 skill feats are actually just the most powerful ones in the game because they all scale with you and get better as you get like master and legendary.
Yeah.
So my character is just a collection of random level 4 skill feats.
Oh.
I've got like
I can do that.
Yeah. You can pick lower level stuff. So I've got like Catfall and Quick Squeeze and like balancing one. It's just I have all the things that make me a better acrobat, and I don't go very deep in the levels.
You know, when I first, I'm trying to figure out if I want to add more to dexterity or more to. I got one more. I'm doing charisma, obviously, but that's partial, and then constitution because. But then I'm thinking about dexterity. Should I add one to strength just to like roll better on strength things? Because I have +0 in that right now. Or wisdom is +0 too. Or I could try to bump up my intelligence. Just +1.
My advice is that as a summoner, you're almost always relying on your Eidolon for strength checks.
Oh yeah, you
have the strength-based Eidolon and not the dexterity-based Eidolon.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, so it makes total sense to boost your dex, but I would probably ignore strength and just have
I would make sure you have enough strength to wear your armor.
True.
And I would make sure that you have enough dex to max out your dexterity bonus for your armor.
I don't think I wear armor.
That appears to be true.
Do you not wear armor, or do you not have armor training?
He doesn't have armor in his items.
I got some sweet bracers of missile deflection.
Yeah. So you could wear some like light leather with your current dex.
But I thought my unarmored what is it?
Well, that's what I was asking. I was like,
oh yeah.
So I was asking if you have armor training at all. If you don't have armor training, then there's no point in investing in strength unless you want your character to be stronger.
I need to double check, but I'm fairly certain we've had a similar conversation, and the outcome of that was my unarmored. What's it called? My lack of armor. I forget what it's called.
Yeah, you currently don't have any training in higher levels of it. You only have unarmored defense. So
okay, so it is unlike. So you'll never gain more armor training unless you like pick up the armor training feat, and that will only ever get you to expert, which might be a boost now, but it won't be a boost when you eventually get master. It will, which probably won't be till like level 15 or 14, I think.
I got a lot of HP at least. That's nice.
Yeah, so I would definitely invest in dex.
Yep.
And if you want your character to be smarter, int.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You know what? Screw it.
And investing in int gives you an extra skill. It also gives you an extra language. And
Amos, you're strong. What have we been fighting? What have we been fighting lately? Or not fighting lately? Were those demons or devils that were manning those cannons?
Devils.
All right, looking for infernal.
Never seen a demon in your short life.
All right, I'm learning infernal just in case.
All right.
Side note, in case it ever comes up. Actually, no. I want it to be a surprise if it ever comes up.
It's okay.
It's probably on the player sheet anyhow. Everyone probably sees it. I don't know how that stuff is split up or not.
I think I only have everyone as. I don't know what.
There are things that bears can do to mystify the information inside of the party sheet.
Yeah.
Mystify.
I should let it be known I can now change into any simple shape
Oh.
within my size range.
That is pretty cool.
So you can become a toilet?
I
Question
could
mark.
become a toilet. Yeah. So anything a chair-ish.
Catch them with their pants down.
Oh!
Can't wait to eat some. Oh wait.
What? Right.
Oh.
I didn't say anything.
Oh my god.
Oh.
We're live on stream. I wouldn't say anything spicy.
Yeah.
On our Christian Minecraft channel.
All right. How are you guys doing? Are y'all leveled up?
Fuck you.
Thanks. Thanks.
I'm
Yep.
leveled up.
Excellent.
Hold on, I gotta show you out.
Oh my god, I forgot to do my announcement. I'm really bad at streaming.
Embarrassed.
No, you're perfect.
Thank you.
I'm gonna show you out before you show yourself out.
That's true.
I want to take Canopy Predator just because I like the visual of Stu just dropping down from the tree with his chair.
Freaking chairs need no more.
Forget trees, you just jump off of me.
Oh, that's true.
True, yeah. You could like, you know, I don't know why this is better than a chair, but you disguise yourself as like a crate or something in the tree. And then when someone walks under you, just like open the mouth and just drop right down. Eat them all in one.
Nom nom nom. I don't know how the rest of the party feels about this, but we were talking last night that Terse might set up maybe a slight political parlay to have prisoners sent to the tower.
Oh my god.
What?
Get some snackies for Stu.
Oh, to feed Stu. Not
Yeah, to feed
fill
Stu.
up the tower with random people.
Yeah. No, these would be expendable people, not the people that we could expend hypothetically that we have currently.
I don't care. Just feed me.
I do in general want more. Actually, let's see. I want more Terse and Stu, but also Terse and Turkin. I feel like that's the two people I don't interact with the most as Terse.
I think that is true for anyone who is not.
Well, is that Moto's internet cutting or mine? Hello?
No.
What the heck?
Get fucked. Get fucked.
Discord
I'm
is-
hacking you.
I guess so. All right, I can hear again.
Oh, good.
Thank God he didn't hear me say it. Oh,
I was gonna say I really enjoy the Steris Turcum dynamic though. That's really fun to me.
Likewise.
I'm glad.
the dynamic. Yes.
Was it just me that Discord dropped out for? I'm staring at my
Hmm?
dropped
I think
frames
so.
and the number.
No, it was yeah.
No, I dropped. Everyone else dropped out
Oh,
too.
okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's what was happening to me yesterday.
Yeah, same.
Good to know it's
Yeah,
still
no one
happening.
else, no one else was in here when you disconnected. It was actually all of us got flipped out. you
Okay.
know?
That's the noise the little goblins make in Banjo-Kazooie when they start chasing after you.
All right. Who would like to give a recap for the last session?
What happened?
Dude, it's been so long.
I think Bear should have to give the recap.
I feel like we've discussed
Punishment.
this. I'll take the villain point. I mean, I won't. I'll just say that to scare you guys and then wait until someone else does it.
He's no-ballsing us. That's crazy. He doesn't know that we're psychos.
But no, that's
Did
not.
happen last time. Let me look at my notes here. Hold on.
I need to know what you guys remember, and what you
that is
guys remember
crazy.
is important. I don't need to.
Oh, I remember now. Screw you, Moto.
What?
What? Huh? Huh?
Oh.
What did I do?
All right, I'll give this recap because I'm angry again.
Okay.
What did I
Angry?
do? I didn't do anything.
Yeah, you did.
Oh,
I
yeah. Actually, I remember now.
What?
It's a little. I don't know that
So
blame is
we
being placed
did-
appropriately. but I remember.
We did some research on ley lines. Tourist sent out.
What does
our
that have
two
to do with
god-
me?
We're getting there.
Wait.
We're getting there. We did some research on ley lines. Tourists found out that there's a number of ley lines in the world, and that there is, in fact, an item to find them. And so we sent out our two god friends to go look for one. And also found more information on who owned the tower before he became sentient. Then most of the time was spent going back to what's their name? Frick. Ishtal. We went to go try to free Ishtal. Ishtal was in a turbulent sea with a little rock island. We got to the rock island. We found a little genie friend named Maricina. Marcerina, that's it. She got stuck there after scooting around, and she was trying to tell us to be quiet. Moto was not quiet. And I went down from freaking thunder from the gator goat Ishtal zapping me.
Down in one.
Should have
Down
just
in
rolled
one.
better. What the? Sounds like a skill issue.
Yeah, if you succeeded your check, you'd have 3/4 of your health left.
Yeah, you. Anyhow, that's what I was mad at. Anyhow, yeah, so we got to Ishtal and we found out that Ishtal spent so much time there that their mind has literally wandered away from them. And we don't know
Half
quite
of that
what
sentence was conjecture.
Oh.
do you mean?
I mean, the last half of that
truth
is true.
The truth is we don't actually know what fucking happened.
That's true. Yeah, we don't know what happened.
We just
Yeah.
know that he's not in his brain or something.
He is
Instead, there's a fire.
He is not in his right mind. Marcerina said that they'll hang out with us and try to help us because they got nothing better to do. And so now they're a bird and hanging out with tourists. But yeah, Ishtal is not in the right mind. And so if we want Ishtal to help, we got to figure out how to help them find themselves, quite literally rather than metaphorically. And so we decided to leave them for now. And we headed back to Comicourt and scared one baker, but also reaffirmed that he is doing good at his job.
Stu didn't think so, but
It's true. Opinions were mixed.
There wasn't any meat bread, you know?
Oh, that's the wrong.
No meat pie.
Yeah, it's a problem for some folks. Well, thank you for that recap. I know we were commenting right over that. We truly did not hold comments to the end this time, including myself.
My character was becoming under attack. I was ad hominem.
Had to defend himself.
But any other questions, comments, or concerns beyond what we have already covered?
My concern is Moto.
Honestly, probably fair. Probably fair.
Well, in that case, Turris, go ahead and take your extra hero point.
Excellent. It was worth it. My pain was worth it.
Man, I never get like GM jitters anymore until we take a week break, and then I'm like, oh yeah. Oh yeah, I get nervous. But
despite, to be fair. Oh no, sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want to derail you. Go.
So yes, the rest of the party is emerging from the bread shop, leaving the somewhat comforted, somewhat traumatized bread man behind. Isha, you have scampered off to fetch a scroll from a shop down the street, I believe, and you are exiting that shop once again. You had seen that there were a lot of humans milling about, humans manning the defensive walls around the edge of the city that you guys aren't too far from right now.
Oh, that was the other thing.
And you don't see that many like drow soldiers walking around. There aren't that many people in the streets at the moment. You hear that kind of odd kind of Doppler effect chirping above, passing by, and you look up and you see kind of 3 Ruchaliks zoom overhead over the buildings. And a couple of the human guards kind of like stop and stare at them as you all are grouping back up together after exiting the assorted local shops.
Those blasted tadpoles.
Yeah, Isha sees them and is like, are you going to do anything about those?
Me?
No, to the guards, like as she's walking back.
Oh, okay.
Because they all look up
Yeah,
and see them.
they don't look concerned in the slightest. One of them kind of like does a double take at you and then kind of like squints and like raises an eyebrow, and it's like, why would we?
Oh, they're your friends?
Yes, they are the allies of our king.
Oh, interesting. How fascinating. Enemies of the land, you lot.
And he kind of like glares. He's like, I would recommend you return to your homes before anyone hears such treacherous talk.
Remember that one feat that I wanted to get, Moto? I wish I had it right now.
I think you'll find that I don't have a home here. I'm just a street rat. And she walks away.
Do we have physical proof of like the king's treachery?
We have the note.
We have the note, right? We have that in our possession.
Yeah.
On us right now.
I believe Isha has it.
Yeah, so I guess I'm coming back, and Is this like a question when I'm back, or is this a question out of character?
I feel like Turris and
That-
I may have been talking about it as you approached.
Yeah, that was both in and out of character.
Oh,
Okay.
I would never have such a horrible note. Why would you assume that I, a simple vagrant, would have such important information?
First, like, squints at Isha. Give me the note.
Well, not here. she like
Break
she
your
like
character.
she like stands up and like on her back legs like grabs you and like waddles to a dark alley.
Perfect.
She's like, do you like my human impersonation? I've been working on it.
If only your appearance matched your acting.
I can tell. I can tell that you've been working on it. Yes.
Oh, I know, it's so hard. My back legs are so short.
But you are quite tall.
It's a curse. She like pulls out. I'll give you one of them.
There's more than one.
Oh, there's two.
What's the other one?
Well, one of them's a map, and the other's like a admission of guilt, essentially.
Yes. The admission of guilt is what I'm seeking.
Okay, here you go. And she gives Turris. There were two notes. I remember I have that written down.
Yeah, there's
There's the map, and then there's like the note explaining.
The one about the queen.
yeah,
That he's yeah.
plotting on how to kind of like blindside the
Correct,
queen, so she
correct.
would have no choice but to.
Yes. Although it seems like he's already done the fucking blindsiding. What a little rat.
They are moving quite efficiently.
Now my thought is perhaps yes, and if Ruchalics are just floating in the city, the Seraph is becoming more bold, which is a problem. However, we still have allies to our cause, and we can recruit more. My thought is we ascertain the situation at the front gate again, and see if we can't find the captain of the guard there, the one that we interacted with earlier. If we show him the note, perhaps we can rally him to our cause, and we can approach the queen with somebody that she knows. Does that make sense?
It does, but what are the likelihood that he's still around? Seems like this place is crawling with humans now.
Well, he's a rough and tumble sort. Even if the gate...
We should just go to the wall.
Yes. We should see if he's still there. If he is, then good. Bully for us. If not, then we'll just have to approach the queen ourselves and hope for the best. Yes?
Yes.
All right. Sorry, stretching. So,
Mm-hmm.
you guys start to head towards the wall, towards the front gate. But before you can make it even really a block down the street, you all kind of hear a voice saying, "Citizens of Kalmacourt," and it sounds as though it's like right in your ear, just like right to your left. And you look that direction, and there's no one immediately to your left, no one speaking to you right next to your side, but you kind of like look around, and eventually your gaze goes upward towards the high tower, kind of closer to where you first entered the city upon descending from Montclana. And your vision is being kind of magically bent, and you can see the kind of this balcony on top, near the top of this tower, very, very clearly. And you see a drow woman standing on the balcony. And it doesn't take much to realize that both your vision of this woman and her voice are both being like magically magnified, magically delivered in some way. And she is just standing there, looking out over the city, and her hands are folded somewhat awkwardly, kind of in front of her. She continues and says, "The last day has been confusing, challenging. I would ask for patience and for calm. The Seraph is not here to harm us. He has been welcomed by our ally, Izan Salma, and they work together to weaken the grip that the Four still hold on this world, even as they slumber. He says we will have a place in this endeavor, but for now I bid you hold your peace. Feast merrily." And then your vision kind of snaps back to normal, kind of like zoom back out, and it's just like a little bit disorienting. You have to kind of like catch your balance as your eyes and ears kind of disagree about what you just saw. And your vision of the tower is no longer magnified, and you no longer hear her voice just directly in your ears.
We could just kill her.
Well, hold on now. We don't know that she... I don't necessarily believe she believes what she's saying. Clearly, she's being influenced.
What was with that last thing she said? It felt weird.
Eat and drink merrily?
Feast merrily, I believe.
Well, are any of you particular... Well, actually, any of you well-versed in history or drow culture? Any of you from Kalmacourt?
Why would anyone be from an important city?
I haven't exactly nailed down where Stu and Scene of Auction come from.
I was about to ask Scene here. If Scene knows what that means, maybe. If that's...
Scene
Feels
would
like
have
he
a...
would
Comes
be
from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That's what.
I would let you... Do you have, like, bardic lore? Or... No, you don't.
Let me check.
Okay.
I don't know what I have. I just had to restart Forge too.
Okay.
Foundry.
But yeah, anyone can roll me a history check. Anyone can roll me a society check, but it will be a higher DC for people who aren't from down here.
What if I have a book about it?
If you
I
go to
have
your
Underworld
library,
lore.
you can lower the DC.
What if I bring the library to me?
You would still have to study for a while. That's... Okay.
What if I have...
Let me
This.
check. Real quick. Okay.
What if I have this exact thing?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Wow.
And not only does it bring me a book from my tower,
Grants you a
it
plus one
also
status
opens it to the
bonus.
page. It opens it specifically to the page that I need.
Critical
That's
failure on this check, you get a failure instead.
incredible.
If your roll is success. If your roll is successful and the subject is a creature. Okay. So this is just saying it gives you like a +1 status bonus on the recall knowledge check. This doesn't precisely count as studying for it. It still gives you a bonus. So it gives you a +1. It doesn't lower the DC from this being like a certain training of like a more esoteric bit of knowledge. Unless you actually go and study your full library to get the full context. But this still gives you a bonus. So it's still good to do. But Steris, I'm not sure why you know this, but you have heard this tale before. You've heard of like a kind of historical anecdote. Well, maybe you don't know the history behind it, but you know that in Drow society, it kind of means like be merry for now, but be cautious and ready, and the time will come soon. And you know it has something to do with some war in the past, but you don't have the full anecdote on the top of your head.
I recall something.
Hmm?
I think the Drow Queen isn't fully in the Seraph's pocket. She seems to be warning her people to keep themselves aware and be ready for a fight to come.
It makes sense. And that's good to know. And looks to Isha, meaning we shouldn't kill her.
It was just an idea.
An idea that we can still hold on to if necessary.
I suppose. We need all the allies we can get.
Isha is like holding the air with like a bony like her bony wing hand. She's like, I will hold on to it till I die.
By the way,
Hmm?
scene of auction. It's definitely also like a line in a song from like the Calma Court equivalent of like I forget the band name. Heck, never mind. But definitely you've heard that line in a song, and you love that line. But
What's the line again?
Merrily.
Feast Merrily, yeah.
Okay. Scene just has like a little notebook that he pulls out from time to time when you guys are speaking, and you just see him like scribble down stuff. It's like one of those. It's the equivalent of like the spiral notebook like, from like Blue's Clues or whatever.
You have a crayon?
With the aligned paper, or he just scribbles down lines that people say.
I love it. This is going to my lines journal.
It's his songwriting journal.
Konnor, this is actually a recommendation from Moto, but you should watch Castle sometime.
Where is Ipahu? Where do we leave him? Is he in the tower? Is he off and about? I can't
Apahu's
remember where we
in the
left
tower,
him.
I think. You didn't take him back, did you?
Okay.
He's specifically you left him like studying kind of like gathering up the maps in the library. You kind of charged him with coming up with supply lines and stuff, and he just wanted to get a feel for where you guys literally are in the world in the tower to start doing that.
We really are Mass Effect in this right now. We are using our NPCs wisely. I believe our current plan still stands. We should continue towards the gate, see if we can find the captain, and rally him to our cause and approach the queen. Perhaps somewhat subtly, especially if there's a liaison of the guard here. With the queen, I should say.
Before that, we should go see if Katota and Naya have found Nira.
Very good. That's a good idea. I can't remember the name of the tavern, personally.
The Green Plum?
Green Plum, yes. And that might be a great idea to spend a spell there. I think that perhaps we can use the tavern in that moment to perhaps rally the locals as well. Convince them that the Seraph is not a good thing.
Don't believe that any of the locals, if we simply assume that they are all drow and they all understand this Feast Merrily line, then...
They're already our allies.
That's true. Let's bolster that. Perhaps,
there's no reason to bolster.
I don't think we should be too loud about our intentions here.
But then how will I use my feature? So rumor.
I mean, you can do that whenever, but
Not quietly.
you can do that whenever. What it sounds like what you're doing is not sowing a rumor. What it sounds like what you're doing is trying to rally the troops, which is very different.
That's no. I wanted to like when we go to the tavern. Essentially, I want to use so rumor while we're there.
Okay. All right.
Can be arranged. So we're checking the wall first.
No.
We're not. Oh, okay.
We're going to see if we can find Naya and Katota at the Green Plum.
It is on the way.
See,
For the record. The Green Plum is very close to where you guys are right now.
Oh.
It's kind of the party token is moderately accurate to where you guys are. So like the bread place is like over here somewhere, and the Green Plum is like right there somewhere.
Ah, sweet. All right.
Kind of like under one of the cliffs.
Yeah, I was gonna say like the gate is over.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
it's way over here.
I was misunderstanding.
So you guys start heading divert just slightly, take a couple of side streets and head to the Green Plum. Windows to that there's like one window that's like partially open, and all the other windows are like shuttered. There's no like it's still like a lantern lit outside. It doesn't appear closed or anything. It's not locked when you go to open the door, but it's quiet. Someone go ahead and roll me a d20.
Mystery.
Okay. All right. So you guys enter the Green Plum. And there's like one guy at the bar, the bartender behind the bar, and then like in the corner you see Nahia and Katota, and like one other table has like two patrons kind of speaking in hushed tones.
Maybe so rumor's not a good idea right now.
You don't have enough ears to sit
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
Glad to see those two made it here safe.
Yes, that is a good thing.
Isha, this is where Nira was supposed to meet us too, right?
Yes. Well, I mean, assuming.
Assuming she made her way here to begin with.
It is hard to believe dreams right now. It is possible that she is simply stuck up top, or that she does not believe that her vision from Mortan was true.
It also does take some time to make the trip down, and there is the trouble of the Seraph in the sky.
The Seraph has landed.
Yeah, Seraph landed. Yeah, yes, that.
And Isha just like makes her way over to Nahia and Katota.
Same.
Yeah.
And perhaps counter to your usual expectations, Nahia is like kind of sitting there, like kind of staring down at a cup and like sipping at it, and Katota is like hunched forward, like looking, like head turned towards the wall with like a hand kind of like cupped over her face, and like her leg is like kind of bouncing. Katota seems very nervous, and Nahia is just like Nahia's in her cups. Nahia kind of like,
May I have the seats?
yeah, Nahia looks over when you like clear your throat and kind of like sits up straighter and like sets down the cup. It's like starts to say some kind of affirmative, but then Katota like shoots a look over and is like, no, thank the gods.
Oh, well, don't thank the gods.
You've seen what's going on here?
Yes, we've seen both sides of it.
we were walking back from the institute, and then this got really bright here, and then these things started flying all over the place. And Nahia's like, Rhinosnax. They're Rhinosnax. We saw them before. we know what they are. Kiddo's like, there were so many of them.
Yes, that makes sense.
The humans think they're angels.
Ugh.
Oh, stupid humans.
I resemble that, Matt.
They just love walking one genocide into the other.
And like as Katona kind of like scoffs at the angels comment, Nahia like crooks an eyebrow and is like, a week ago we all never mind. She starts taking another drink. Realizing that maybe Katona was along for the ride the whole time and just never had any idea what was going on.
It's hard when reality comes crashing down on you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I can't offer you more reassuring words, but I hope that you found something interesting at the Institute.
Look, let's get out of here is going to be the most reassuring thing that you can say at the moment. And she goes and like digs in her pack and pulls out a kind of rolled bit of parchment, and starts to kind of flatten it out on the table. It's like, they didn't have a whole lot beyond what we got before, but they had found a sketch of the other artifact that was taken with the book. And
Isha like reaches across the table and like flips it around.
okay. It is kind of it's kind of the front view of view from like the horn of a. This was a terrible way to start this description. It's a horn instrument made out of a horn, and in that kind of curled horn shape, with kind of this like flared mouth of the horn, and kind of a strange texture to it.
So it's a horn.
Yeah.
This could be a trumpet of blasting for all we know. This could be nothing. Is it anything else? A name? But more accurate description of the material?
Kind of like digs at her pack a little bit, takes out some like notes, and kind of like taps the horn, and there's just this kind of like texture to it. And she's like going through her notes, kind of like mumbling various things that she deems unimportant. Then she says, yeah, the horn was covered in like some kind of scales.
Give me a moment.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast See the Unseen upon myself.
Okay.
Because I don't want any fucking Rhinosnax to be just chilling invisible around me right now.
Yeah.
Oh.
You cast that. You draw the gaze of the like 4 other people in the room as you cast the spell. Like they'll kind of like stop sipping their drinks, but then literally nothing happens, and they go back to their cups and conversation. You take a look around. You don't see anything in here.
Okay, that's good by me.
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry. You were saying...
Scales. The horn had scales on it instead of like kind of the. And she's like rubbing her finger and her thumb together. Texture that horns would have. You know.
Yes. So it's a horn made out of scales.
Apparently.
Interesting.
Okay, now I want to get that book.
Is okay, go ahead. Yeah, I guess it was found one of the things they brought back from the near the rotunda. In the rotunda.
Is what they're describing similar to Ishtal's horns?
Go. Yeah, it's got kind of like a similar curl to it. If you want to give me a nature check, that would be.
Yeah, it's important to note, is this like a ram horn, or is this a goat horn? Or is this like an ibex horn? The shape is very important.
Yes. Like. Give me one moment, sorry.
Or is it like a French horn?
It is a goat horn, other than the scales.
Okay.
What?
But from my memory, do I remember Ishtal's horns having scales?
Not his horns.
But his crocodile body.
Correct.
Okay.
What should I roll to see if I can find information about this horn? In a library book, reading Rainbow style.
Let me see. Probably it would be religion in this case. But if your like Arcana is 5 higher than religion, then that's the better check.
That's what I'm gonna use.
As far as like actually identifying this artifact from like the information you have, that doesn't really do it. You're not really sure what this would be in that context.
Dang.
But I would say both you and Isha know that this like could be some kind of divine artifact of some sort. You know that there are things, artifacts, and trinkets left behind by the Forgotten Gods that have been found in increasing frequency since the Four were sealed away, but also even before that.
Well, perhaps friends of the tower might lend us some insight on this.
Well, why would simple foot soldiers know anything about a horn?
Well, I was thinking about our bird friend, or perhaps the satyr.
Oh, your tower.
Yes.
Yes.
Me. Yes. Anyhow, this is good information. Thank you, you two. We are going to attempt to beseech the and it kind of looks around and make sure that no one's like listening into us right now.
There's
Like,
no need to tell them the plan.
very well.
You want to go? We can leave now.
And Nahia kind of like glares when you're like, no need to tell them the plan. And she's like, fine, we'll just stay here and drink. And takes another gulp.
Okay, you can stay here then.
If you'd like, you can take a reprieve at the tower. I just need an hour. We should probably set that somewhere close and out of the way anyhow. Just in case.
No, we shouldn't leave it open at all. We can't risk the tower's location being infiltrated by Ruchalik.
Yes, I suppose so.
I did have a question on if you could like if you have control over who can go through that door, like if people have to be invited in or such. Or if it's just a door and people can open it.
I figure it's just a door.
Okay.
I don't think I have any special. I feel as though like when people enter the tower, like I'll have some knowledge of it.
Yeah.
Like it's the tower proper. But I have to be very picky about where I do leave the door, as to like Moto's character was saying, like, make sure people we don't want going through the door goes through the door.
But it's definitely more interesting, so I'm fine with that.
Yeah, me too. I think so too.
So,
Hedge.
as you guys are discussing this, the door to the inn opens one more time, and you see Neria's head poke in and kind of like look around and then spot you guys, and she rushes over very quickly. She's like got her hood up and she looks unsettled, very nervous. But yeah, she rushes over and she's like, "It is you. Thank heavens."
Oh, we were doubting that you would come. I'm glad you've made it.
Yes, well, I had some doubts. Yeah, dreams, well, you know,
Can be hard to trust, I understand.
yes, but I was nervous, but I thought it must be you, and I came and I thought maybe I shouldn't just enter. Maybe I should wait until I see you, and then you arrived. So,
Turris, forget what Isha said. We need you to summon the door. We can't just leave Neria here.
We're not leaving her here.
But we can't take her with us through the city.
Why can't we?
It'll take me just an hour, and then I can dispel the door after.
I think the smaller the group we travel in, the better chances we have of succeeding. If we have to
Yes.
worry about protecting.
One of us is 3 people wide.
all of the NPCs
I don't
just
think size really matters.
look up at Turcon.
Nice isn't everything.
Well, maybe I selfishly don't want to put off the reunion I've been looking forward to. Doesn't Luca deserve to know she's safe?
And her eyes kind of go
You
wide.
can't manipulate me
And she,
by bringing up his name.
Neria at least, is like, you found Luca? He's really safe.
He is.
And she just nods a couple of times. And then Katoda's like, "Look, I don't want to stay here any longer than we have to. But if we follow you around, you guys get into a scrap. We can keep her safe."
I don't want to risk it, but I don't know how the rest of the party feels.
Well, personally, it doesn't bother me any to summon the door and see our friends through. But if we don't want to waste the time, they can come with us.
Before you make a decision, I have a question. Neria, how difficult was it to make it back? To come down here? Are the roads still open?
Technically, I did have to kind of had to sneak by the guards. They turned me away at first, but I don't think that humans at the gates are very familiar with this place. They seem very distracted.
Yeah, they are.
So they're technically not letting anyone in or out, but the road is unguarded if you get past the gate.
Okay, that suits me well enough.
And up in Monteclana, they weren't turning people away or anything.
Good enough for me. I don't really care what decision you make. I just am nervous about wasting and dilly-dallying.
Understandable. It does take me now to summon the door, but might be better. And I looks to Nai and Katota. If you two would like to take a reprieve somewhere farther away from here, then you can join
Yeah,
us.
tower sounds great. Yeah.
Well, why don't I make the door somewhere indiscriminate, and we use it momentarily, and then once we're done, I'll dispel it, so it won't be hanging around.
Perfect.
Which won't take any time at all. So Turris kind of like looks around, goes outside, finds an alley.
Yeah, Isha will follow, because I probably still have a good amount of time left on See the Unseen.
Okay. Yeah, so you go with, you keep watch for the first first few minutes of setting up the door. Folks inside, are you doing anything while you're waiting, or are you just waiting?
I'll be asking Neri about the state of Monte Colonna. She said that there's no one. The roads aren't closed, but how have they been impacted by the Seraph's landing at all?
Yeah, she was like, she says that people in the city have been very scared about the whole thing. They watched this tall tower building thing, kind of like slowly fall out of the sky. It's like that kind of purple pink burning light at its center. But aside from kind of like another little earthquake as it fell, effectively, nothing really happened. It just kind of like unsettled people in town, and a lot of those flying creatures were kind of like flying about for a couple of hours, but then all flew down into the gorge, and they haven't seen any more since.
Okay.
Hadn't before she left. But she also says she didn't really get very long to take the temperature, since it was about 12 hours between seeing the tower and then falling asleep and then having the dream and then leaving.
Fair. Yeah, I would imagine that Steris is just kind of idly chatting with Nahia, Katota, and Neria while they're summoning the door.
Okay. After a few minutes, maybe 25, 30 minutes of the other two being outside, the innkeep, this drow with kind of like slicked back hair, shorter than a lot of drow, and wearing these kind of like glasses with like frameless circular glasses with like dark black lenses. He walks over with like a tray of drinks and sets it down, and says, our compliments to the guard. Are you part of the entourage of surface dwellers who've come down?
We look like surface dwellers to you? Obviously out of character, I'm not saying.
Okay.
No, that was Armis.
Oh yeah. Armis actually would be hanging out inside still.
True, yes.
So he could say that if he wanted to.
Okay.
But I'll leave that to Danzivar.
Yeah, I was gonna say because it's me, Turkon, Stu, Scene, Armis. Man, we're quite a group in here.
Yeah, you are 75% of the population of this room at the moment.
He's handing us what? Drink?
He brought over a tray of drinks and said, like, kind of probingly, like, our compliments to our human guard guests. Are you part of the surface entourage? Are you some of the surface dwellers?
I see. Asteris will take one of the drinks and kind of raise it, saying "Feast merrily," and take a swig.
You see one eyebrow crook, and there's like a little tug at the corner of his mouth, and he says, "Indeed, feast merrily," and he gives a little nod and returns to the bar.
Asteris will push the tray of drinks to the rest of the gang.
Stu will slowly emerge up around Turkon's shoulders and just kind of peek over.
The more we do this, the more I think that Stu is just like a symbiote.
Literally.
Give us one of those.
She'll hold one out for Stu's little pseudopod to grab.
Yeah, they'll like snap out and snag it.
We are Stukan.
All right. I don't know if anyone pays any attention to the fellow at the bar and the barkeep, but if they do, they both seem like less on edge for the rest of the time you're in here. A little more relaxed. And outside, you guys complete drawing the door without incident, without issue. No interruptions. A couple of times, you hear that kind of chirping, but nothing comes into sight.
Just imagine tourists working on the door, like super focused. Isha, just like laser eyes, any noise, sight, sound.
Exactly. And then the door is complete. And
Why does drawing a door take so long?
It does drawing it. I feel as though like the physical portion of it, like drawing the runes, is pretty.
I like the idea that you have to draw it for a whole hour.
Oh my god!
Because that's funnier to me.
You have to do it. You have to do it just right, or it won't work. I have to erase them if they're wrong, and so I have to do it again. And they have to be. They have to be mathematically in the right position. What you know, the ley lines and all that. It's kind of like that, but in a door. They have to be perfect.
Chalking out every bit of like cobblestone in the door frame.
It actually doesn't take an hour. Turris is just a perfectionist.
Yes.
At level 15, you can take a feat that says getting over your perfectionism, and it reduces the time it takes to 5 minutes.
Please. I do like we were talking about, I do like the fact that like, you know, we have access to this kind of like base of operations, but also like there are benefits and drawbacks of like, if we, you know, if you throw a wrench in it, like if something happens, I can't like, you know, fulfill the hour, or we also have to be careful about like nobody else using the door and whatnot. So yeah. I like that. I like the fact that it is a boon, but it can be a bane if we're not careful.
I like the random addition of the minigame. I also like throwing in interjection scenes that have nothing to do with it, just to make you nervous.
Yeah, and guess what? It worked.
Okay, have your... I forgot his name.
Luca?
No, the armor.
Armis.
Armis.
Armis. He's his own entity. Goodness.
Okay, well, have Armis bring Neria so we can get on with this.
Very well. Amos!
You don't have.
Yes.
Tell everyone that the door's ready, and Nayaka Tota and what's her name again?
Neria?
Neria can come to the tower.
You all literally hear this through one of the windows.
Oh.
Armis will start repeating
Armis
it though. Yeah.
Isha like looks through the window. Oh, we're quite close, aren't we?
Yes, I didn't realize that until now. The door looks great, though, doesn't it?
Oh, it's the best door I've ever seen.
Yes, yes, I agree.
All right.
There's a smudge.
Ah!
Yeah, Turkon looking over Isha through the window, with Isha looking inside the window. And the bottom.
No.
I guess we'll shovel out.
All right. Yeah. And you all congregate around the newly formed door back to Turris' dungeon.
Back to Turris. Thank you very much.
Correct. Anyway, and I assume Nahia and Katota are also going through. I assume you're sending them through as well. They're eager for that, at the very least.
I figure if they want a reprieve from the current situation, they're due to it. So,
okay. And then Neria, kind of before she goes through, kind of like stops and looks back at all of you, especially Steris, and says, "Thank you for finding Luca."
Why especially at her?
She can tell.
because this subplot was Steris's thing.
She can tell who's invested.
Can't stand not being the main character, Isha.
Oh, I didn't know it was you who sent the dream to her.
Thank you for fetching me as well. I just... Anyway.
Go have your reunion.
She'll nod and, like, jump through the door and then immediately just, like, hunches her shoulders and shivers a little, and she's like, my goodness. Like, pulls her cloak a little tighter and heads towards it follows Katota and Nahia.
Don't worry, it's much warmer inside me. Yeah, the tower.
She does a double take through the door before you close it. And then you guys are once again alone without you. Well, okay, hold on. Stand by. You also technically have Asilia and Envoy with you.
Oh my god!
I was gonna ask. I assume they were with us though, and
We had such a bigger entourage than I remembered.
yeah.
So, do you keep them? Do you send them?
Oh.
I know it's up to us, but I also am curious about what they want.
Like, short version is Asilia is kind of honestly nervous to be here and seems a little well, actually no, she didn't banish any portals today, but she's nervous to be here. But Envoy, on the other hand, is pretty...
He's jazzed.
Yeah.
You know he's jazzed.
He's
He's like, oh my god, it's the apocalypse. I love this.
if you don't send him away, he will absolutely stay and help. And yeah, help has some air quotes, but you know, he's...
I say give them the choice.
Yeah, I would give them the choice personally.
I think Asilia will also go back, but a little hesitantly.
Go back means stay at the tower.
Stay at the tower, yes.
Okay. Cool.
This
All right. So we go.
surely won't be our only fight. So, best for her to feel fully capable if she's gonna tag along.
Yeah, I guess the only question is like, if you guys think you will get to the pools today, you might need her to like break Kaon's seal, break Kaon's portal, door, lock, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, hypothetically, we can just resummon the door.
Well, we've already like spent half the day going to like this, and then we had to walk over here.
Yeah, it would be a stretch.
Like I think going to here would be another half day's travel.
Correct. I just wanted to mention it.
Yeah, my general thought is whenever we're in like a major location we think we're going to be around for a while, it's worthy summoning the door and leaving it there as long as we feel as though it is in a place that is not detrimental to leave it there so that we can have access to it. So like we summon it here, then maybe we go back to the pools and summon it there, and then we can pull her back and let her rest, then pull her back and have her do her thing.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Okay.
That's my vote.
So,
Very good.
Acelia heads back. Envoy stays with you. And then you said you were going to erase the door? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You dismiss it, and there's no sign that the door was ever there, except a little bit of melting snow on the ground.
Oh, I like that flavor. And I'm pretty sure all our NPCs kind of know the gist now of how the door generally works.
Yes.
So, yeah. They know that if they try to go back through, they'll just go into the guardhouse right now.
Yeah. I love the idea that there's like gardening supplies or something in there, but no one can get to them if you guys are actively, like if you have a door set up.
There's not even a garden, but there's just a ton of stuff in there. Like,
Yeah.
Every once in a while, some of the other like, oh, okay, now we have a cook in the tower. Now we need a groundskeeper.
Well, you know, Acelia's probably good with plants. So,
Aren't you the groundskeeper?
The ground.
I am the ground.
you guys begin heading to the gate as you are having this discussion. And you get a lot of looks from the human guards on patrol as you walk through. They are not used to. Even the drow guards would like give you some looks, but these human guards are not used to such an eclectic group by any means. Like beyond being essentially a group of monsters and one dude, you are also like some of the only people walking around right now. But none of them really. They kind of give you a wide berth. None of them
Smile
seem.
and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
Probably for the best. Otherwise, Turkon will steal their food.
It's not
That's
stealing.
the worst thing that could happen to them.
None of them seem eager to stop and question you at the moment.
It's not stealing, it's tithing.
You are not the government.
Starting to think Turkon's a bit of a communist with his food.
He'll believe whatever gets him more food.
No wonder we're friends.
You have a lot in common. It's very surprising, actually.
And at some point when we're walking through, I think tourists would pull everyone aside for a moment and like just make sure like everyone's out of earshot. Anyone else is out of earshot, and say because I do have this feature. What is it? What was it? Oh, it's not this one.
Is it time for your inspirational speech?
Not me. No, not that one. I posted it early. The So Rumor.
Oh yeah.
I'm thinking so table talk.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about using So Rumor, maybe because I look human. Maybe talk to some of the guards and start, or the human guards.
The moment you talk to any of these people, they will realize you are not a person.
Hey.
Okay, first of all, this is table talk.
And table talking back, your character is as far away as from human as Isha.
What?
I don't know. Humans can be pretty gullible.
Yeah. Wait.
Chris
Yeah.
is charming enough that he could convince them.
Listen, I'm thinking about using So Rumor to like.
Okay,
So
you go sow your rumor. I will go find that dwarf.
It does take 2 dedicated hours to sow the rumor.
Why does it take? Yeah. Why does it take? I understand, but like, what? I can make a door in 1 hour. I can sow a rumor in 2 hours. It takes me 5 minutes to talk.
Yeah,
This is not
the
me.
rumor involves more than just talking to one person. You have to go talk to another person. You have to convince.
You can convince.
It also influences an entire region. It talks about like regions and like.
Right.
So you could convince one person in the space of a minute, but that one person might not go on to spread this very far. Like all his friends might just be like, "What? You crazy?"
Okay. Which is why I said table talk. Would this be a valuable use of our time? Because I was thinking, because I do know it takes 2 hours. So like,
it depends on what you are trying to accomplish. Because if you want to accomplish all of the things that are on your list, which is like, I want to go talk to this guy, and then I want to go to the queen and be like, hey, queen, we're your friends. Like that is gonna be a lot of time you need, because we have to talk to the guard. We have to, if the guard's even here, firstly.
Right.
And then like it just depends on what you're trying to do.
Yeah. And
you can do this, and then people can go do something else. Like this, that's like one of the things. If you want to sow rumors, we can go find this guard.
Yeah, well, I'm down to do that if the group thinks that's like it's a good thing to do. To like, I kind of think that like the So Rumor that I would use is that like the Seraph is not a, like they are just following orders. And so like if I start a rumor amongst the guards that like the Seraph is actually going to maybe not bring about the apocalypse, but like have some sort of like, detriment to the world, like we might be able to.
Eat your babies.
He's gonna eat your babies. Yeah.
I don't know. I think it might be hard to convince them if they've been brainwashed.
Yeah, it mostly sounds like they're just here because their king is like, those are our friends. And I don't know if that really... It's impossible to tell what that will do without seeing what happens.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this feels like to me. To me, this feels very nebulous.
And
right.
They were looking at the Rachalik in awe. So that leads me to believe.
Was it all?
That's how I thought it was described, but
essentially, like you could bring this rumor back in anytime in the future where you're like dealing with Sarahtonin soldiers, and like it could become useful in a given situation, but it's kind of it's an unknown if it would be useful.
I personally feel like it would be better to use it in a place that is not sure yet.
What do you mean?
It kind of seems like very clearly here we have two parties in conflict, and we don't need to convince like a third party. Basically, we have like the people who live here, and we have the humans.
Yeah.
Right? The people who live here very clearly have an understanding of what's going to go happen. Like this Feast Merrily thing. Everyone knows that is
Which is why I didn't sow rumor like in the the tap room was empty, but
Well,
also
yeah, you didn't do it
why,
because it was empty, not because of other things.
What I will,
Yeah. It's a little column B. What are you gonna say, Varys?
I'll, like I said, if you do like successfully sow this rumor, I will probably ignore the like time duration on it, and I'll just say like, anytime in the future you are working with, anytime you're dealing with Saracton soldiers in particular, you could draw on that rumor to help you sometime in the future. And it definitely like could be useful. It will delay the next thing you're doing by 2 hours.
Right.
So like the timing question is the more important one, I suppose.
Personally,
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's kind of like, unless you specifically care about convincing the Saracens about the Seraph, then we spend our time doing literally anything else. But if you care about the Saracen soldiers, then that is something you can decide to do. But I don't personally care.
And also, well, actually, never mind. Go ahead.
I want to know what you were gonna say.
I'm just,
We want the also.
I can't just be like, you could split the party. I can't.
Well,
I shouldn't do that.
In general,
yeah,
if he's spending 2 hours to do something, that means
everyone else would go away.
That means 5 other people have 2 hours to do something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you guys could continue to pursue going to the gate, talk to this guard.
That's what I'm saying. If he wants to do this, I'm gonna spend the rest of that time doing what he wanted to do.
Yeah. You know what? I mean, Isha's on the same page. Isha also thinks that like talking to this guard is a good idea, right?
Yeah.
I personally don't know how else to get into contact with the queen. I'm piggybacking off of your idea that we get arrested. I'm piggybacking off of you.
Mm-hmm.
My assumption is we get arrested by this guy and he takes us to see her.
Arrest? No, we just.
I have an idea.
Do you really think that he's like these humans are just gonna let us?
Shut up.
No,
Konnor has an
no.
idea.
I'm into it though. Let's get arrested.
I have an idea. So, I have impressive performance. I can use 2 hours to make an impression on 50 people.
Oh my god.
I could do that to try and make an impression on someone who knows the queen and get us in.
Like we're groupies.
That
is ridiculous.
I love it.
I hate it.
It is.
Let's do that and also get arrested.
Yeah, here's the thing: if we get arrested by human guards, we're not going to see the queen. We're going straight to jail. Believe it or not, straight to jail.
Do you think the Drow Guard is still in commission?
I don't know.
Not there.
How do you know?
I don't know.
You don't, right? You don't know. So how about we go check?
Okay.
Easy, right?
All right, fine.
We're just gonna go take a little check. We're gonna go take a little look.
Okay.
Take a look. It's in a book.
Yes.
I mean, and Konnor can also do
his
that
thing. Okay.
if you want.
Yes.
Divvy up who's going where.
Can I roll? I guess society or something.
If we have 8 different ways of trying to accomplish what we do, one of us is guaranteed to
One
succeed.
of them is gonna work.
You want to roll society for what?
That's fair.
I want to see if I know who I would try and target or where I would try and go to do this mass performance to try and get in good graces with someone who could help us.
Let's see. Good graces
can
with
also
someone who
roll
can
something
help
else,
you
but that's-
get in touch with the queen?
Yeah.
Okay, that specifically. Then go ahead and roll society.
Do you want me to do hidden or does it matter?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and give it hidden.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, the queen may be kind of a big fan of you, right? Yeah.
It's true. You never know.
He could be.
Yeah, I hate the idea, but I'm not gonna say don't do it. Like,
I don't have to.
I definitely feel like if something bad happens, it's not gonna be because scene made a scene. I think it's gonna be because of something else.
Okay. Someone who can get you in touch with the queen. Let's see.
Or like an area to go perform that would have the most impact.
Probably up by the high tower itself.
Oh my god, Scene is gonna pull out a boombox and just play that one song from.
Not like right in the courtyard, but
Yeah.
but you know, it's very obvious that this town is stratified into like this upper tier is very clearly kind of the rich neighborhood, and then weirdly this like middle lane is like the sketchy one, and then down here, over here, over here, it's just all normal people going about their day for the most part. So yeah, do you think that going to the kind of the more well-off neighborhood would you would be making impressions on people who have connections there? And
Yes, I'm gonna do it.
all right, and it would be hitting on it would be like hitting an angle that is different from going and talking to the guards.
Yeah, I think I'll do it because I feel like performing to 50 or making an impression on 50 people I have a very high likelihood of like making some connection that will be helpful to us at some point.
Yeah.
You can split up and do
I
that.
think that's super cool.
I will of course note that the people going off and doing these other tasks will be skipping the RP with this guardman if they find him.
Speaking of which, I will hand the note back to Isha that Isha gave me.
We shouldn't keep the notes together.
Well, we want to rally the captain to our cause, don't we?
We have
I have a map denoting all kinds of information. Like, if we keep the notes separate, if one of us gets caught, then the other can still accomplish our goal.
Yes, divide and conquer. I suppose that's fair. All right. If you think you can rally him with the information that you have.
I don't think I will need to take much convincing.
Fair. I trust you, Isha.
Maybe dangerous, but I understand. I won't let you down.
I know you won't. Stares in the background.
She's trying to decide who she's going with.
Well, Turris is going to use his how do you do, fellow kids? But instead of kids, how do you do, fellow humans?
Yeah.
I think I'll go with Isha.
Okay. All right. So that sounds like Isha, Steris, Turken, and Stu are all trying to find this guard. You're heading to the gate, seeing if the guard captain is still posted.
Do we even have a name for that guy? I don't think we got a name for that
We
guy.
never got his
You didn't
name.
get
No.
his name.
I'll just make up a really cool name.
He was pretty cool, to be
He
fair.
was pretty cool.
It makes me nervous to have Scene going by himself, but he's been by himself before, and it's fine.
Yeah.
And he's going to upper middle class.
IMO.
He's okay.
Scene is the safest person to be alone because he's already a celebrity.
It's true.
Yeah.
The people
That's fair.
people down here are know of this.
Like if they see him, if it's like Jane Fonda getting arrested all the fucking time, like people are gonna be mad about it. Not that scene is Jane Fonda, but like
it's an analog. It's an analog.
It's an analog. It's not 1-to-1.
Besides, we're in a non-combat. We're in a major city right now. Like it's fine to split up. Right? Hypothetically, it's fine.
You are in a major city. It is.
I don't think it's non-combat.
It is close to being hostile territory for you guys.
Yeah.
The Ruchalics technically know who you are and what you look like, and if you run into cultists specifically, it could be a problem. But you don't see
Thankfully,
a ton.
some of us know how to run very fast.
Divide and conquer. Yeah. Oh my god. I'm so glad that I have that freaking spell. Warp step. Warp step is so good. I like warp step.
It's quite good.
The original campaign, didn't we fight Brass like in the middle of the city?
Yeah.
No.
You fought Brass in the middle of Eden, yes.
Yeah.
Did we?
Yeah.
Yeah, because didn't we destroy we destroyed a building or something, or he did.
Yeah.
No, I thought we fought the other guy.
Oh yeah, technically you saved
the
Brass,
Oh.
and then you broke Brass's legs.
And then they broke his legs. So weird.
Anyway, it was in the city.
Like it happened more than once. I would have like 30 cents for every time Konnor broke a fucking leg.
Well, I don't think it was always
hair.
legs.
It was a lot of legs.
Can you count Brass twice? Anyway. So you split up and you head in your separate directions. Turris, you're gonna start chatting up the Sarahtonin soldiers in particular and trying to sow rumors among the humans.
Yeah. I also when talking to them, I would also start with this gossip lore.
Okay.
To ascertain what the soldiers kind of like, what their vibe is. Like, what are they feeling? What are they thinking about the world around them? About like their orders and things like that. And then the more that I understand, I would use that to sow rumor.
Okay. Okay. I love that it gets dubious knowledge automatically. Okay. All right. And then Cenobakshan, you are heading up to find a place up in the nice neighborhood to perform, to make some impressions, and the rest of the group is going to find the guard captain. So we'll start with that group. You guys head to the gate. You've been there once before. It doesn't seem to be words are suddenly difficult a little bit. Just gonna take a sip of coffee. So the gate is not on high alert like it was last time. You can't see beyond the walls without getting on them like you were before, but there doesn't seem to be like an active siege going on anymore. It seems that the siege was broken. And as you are walking up to the gate, to no great surprise, you see humans atop the gate, for the most part. There are a couple of drow hanging out, but they aren't armed. They are aren't kind of on. Oh, they seem kind of more gopher status than anything. One of them is kind of walking around with a logbook and taking notes. And it seems like the humans have mostly taken over the guard at the moment at the gate.
Isha kind of shifts over to the drow. As the captain of the guard, Nighthammer here. Hashtag made up his name.
It's-
Hashtag Nighthammer.
he kind of like crooks. He looks up from his book and kind of like closes it and crooks an eyebrow at like Nighthammer, and he starts to respond, and then like there's a kind of shout from one of the humans kind of up on the wall. He's like, "Hey, the drow are not in charge here at the moment. If you want to speak to anyone, you will speak to me."
Oh my god, freaking humans, man.
No.
Yeah, I think we'll just do what we'd like to do.
And Isha's wings like kind of fold and crack backwards as she like hands him like a pen, like a piece of paper and like a writing utensil. The drow.
Okay. The human guard, he's like a little more decorated than the others, wearing like somewhat heavier armor. He like grimaces as the bones kind of crack and just kind of looks like a little disgusted at all of you in general. And
oh, don't look at us like that. That's rude.
he starts to go to the stairs and he's like, "You need to back off right now."
Okay, I just have a question because I have reports of vagrants and I need to speak with the person who was watching yesterday.
And the human guard goes to kind of like make a diplomacy check real quick if you don't mind, or a deception check if you prefer.
They're the same for me right now, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay. The human guard kind of like squints suspiciously, but the drow suddenly kind of speaks up and is like, "Right, Nighthammer, right. I'm sorry, sir. They were checking on something for our guard captain. Unrelated incident. Just rounding out some paperwork from an incident a couple of days ago during the siege, and they need to see Nighthammer. And give me a moment. Okay. And the human guard kind of like looks back and forth and is like, "Right, Nighthammer. Be quick about it." And he like returns to his post on the wall, and this drow kind of like lets out a sigh and like raises an eyebrow to you again, Isha. It's like, "Nighthammer," and then walks past you and gestures for you to follow him away from the wall.
Isha just follows. No expression. Continues to smile.
Can Isha smile?
Isha can only smile.
Yep.
That's even more disconcerting.
Is one of like when I talk, I'm always smiling. Which is sometimes why the words come out weird, because I'm forcing a smile.
So the drow kind of gets you like a good few paces away from the wall. He's like, "Saw you talking to Guard Captain Bakai two days ago or so?"
Oh, that's his name.
Bakai, write it down. Bakai.
Write that down.
Write that down.
We're trying to find him. Have they hauled him away?
Suspended him, but to my knowledge, he is not under any kind of
Isha looks and stares.
What?
Oh, he's looking for employment.
Oh,
Although
we have a vacancy in groundskeeper and other things.
the humans seem to want to maintain their own control while things shake out here.
Of course.
And shake out they will. You won't happen to know where the suspended guard captain Bakai is, would you?
He likely would be at his home.
Ooh.
And you can kind of, let me just roll his dice before I say that. You can tell he's being kind of cautious and guarded, and he still doesn't really know what you guys are about.
Isha will pull out the map. Like she there's like a sandy mage hand that like ruffles through a pack of shit. It's just like, I think I have something here. Okay, Captain might want to see.
Okay. And you let him take a look at it.
Just like a corner of it.
Yeah. Okay. So he like takes a quick look, and his brow kind of furrows a bit.
We are hoping he will be able to assist us in meeting with an important political figure.
Right.
But since the humans have taken control, maybe that is impossible now.
Well, Bakai the Pious is, of course, heeding.
You're telling me he's not Bakai the Nighthammer? It's Bakai the Pious?
If you are close to him, perhaps you know nicknames I am unaware of.
There is so much disappointment.
He does. I mean, he does have that nasty hammer. It's a strange weapon, but. And anyway, I believe he, like we, are heeding the Queen's urges to be cautious and patient. And he might urge you to do the same if you were to meet with him.
He doesn't know this group.
That is fine. I simply need to hear the words from his mouth. I hope you understand.
And there's like another moment of hesitation, and he'll kind of like look at the wall, and then he'll look back to the group, and he'll give a short nod, and then just kind of like jerk his head kind of down the road back towards the lane. And start leading you kind of back up the hill.
The double K got me.
Wow. I wasn't even fucking close.
Oh my god.
I should write this down so that I can actually read it.
That's
The pie.
usually the goal of writing something down.
Yeah, it's so funny because I can read my, like, once I start reading my notes, I can read them, but if I just try to like start in the middle of a page, unreadable. I don't know what it is.
You have to have the whole context of what you were writing.
Well, it's because I write like shit.
Well,
It's my handwriting is disorganized, just like my attachment style.
All right. So while he is leading the larger group to find Bakai, Turris, you are...
Yeah.
You, like, turn away from the group, jumping back in time a little bit, and see, like, a group of, like...
Several hours earlier.
Several hours earlier.
Sorry. That was a Final Fantasy joke.
Oh.
So you like turn and there's just a pair of like patrolling guards that I imagine you just like beeline to them, to the closest ones, and start chatting them up.
Yep.
And you are going to use gossip lore to try to like kind of figure out how they are feeling about the whole thing, take their temperature a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then go ahead and recall knowledge with your gossip lore.
Right here.
Hidden, if you don't mind.
Hidden, if I don't mind. Is this society?
It will be your specifically your gossip lore.
Oh, frick.
If you haven't added it, then I can help you with that real quick.
Yes, I don't think I have that.
Okay. So under lore skills, you would just hit add, and then you would
Got
just
it.
type gossip lore and be trained, and I think it should automatically key off your int, so that'll work.
Gossip lore, and then trained.
Yep.
Okay.
So you roll with
cool.
that. And the way lores work is that they typically target like a lower DC than a typical recall knowledge. Like if you roll society, it'll be at a higher difficulty than if you roll gossip lore on something relevant, which I guess in this case is just gossiping.
I mean, it's gossip, but yeah, you know.
It's when you're getting information from talking people up.
Is this private GM roll or blind GM roll?
Blind.
Heard?
Secrets from everyone but me. Okay. Yeah. So you are. It's a bit like Isha said, where a lot of them are just kind of like following orders. They're kind of taking their king's word that, like, the Seraph is an ally and is benevolent and is here to kind of like here to help us. Some of them seem like a little bit skeptical, but they're like, it's above my pay grade. And you know, the ones that are skeptical are also what's the word? Kind of ambivalent, not really ready to take any kind of action on it. So using that information, you can get a little bit of a. We'll give you a little bit of a bonus as you sow this rumor.
Excellent, excellent. I'm trying to think about how best to sow this rumor. The best framework here.
Yeah, it's one case where the flavor might impact how you're able to bring it back in later.
How do you do, fellow humans?
You should work from your intent. Like if you're trying to figure out the wording of what you're trying to say, I would work from what you intend for the rumor to do, and then like kind of work backwards from that.
That's a good way to phrase it. I like that. Well, Terse likes everyone, as long as they're not a bad person. And so he wants everyone to rally to his cause. Also because he's a dungeon. And he feels like everyone should be on his side. But specifically for this case, the Seraph is bad. Following him would be a detriment to literally every living being. But I feel as though a rumor needs to be in the scope of it's Pidge. Good God. And he's looking at me right now. Pidge, stop it.
He's gossiping.
Yeah, he's gossiping. It needs to be something a little more digestible for the apathetic and the common man just following orders. I'm trying to think of how I have been thinking about how to like phrase this rumor, and it might just be that I don't know, something like the Seraph needs to be non-complex, and I think it needs to be more functional than the Seraph is bad, if that makes sense. Like Seraph is bad.
More personal somehow.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder if you can target something like about the Seraph instead of like the Seraph directly being bad. Like maybe something about the Ruchalik, or I don't know. It's like I don't know how convinced they'll be if you just are spreading a rumor that the Seraph's evil. You know?
Yeah, that's why I want
to eat your babies.
Yeah.
Well, the real problem is that there's no other, like, if you just say the Seraph is bad, there's no other information
Right.
saying that it's good, other than
the captain, which they're
other than what they're being told,
yeah.
right? So, I actually think that if you just spread a rumor that the Seraph is bad, all they need to see is one evidence of the Seraph doing something bad. I actually think it's simple if you were just phrase it like you're a 3-year-old. Like,
really?
Well, I don't see the reason is like I don't see why it has to be worded like the wish spell. It can be simple.
Yeah.
It can just be the Seraph is bad, and that might just be the rumor, and maybe that changes going forward. But like for now, it doesn't have to be super complex.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And in that case, if you wanted to like use this rumor in the future, they would like the people you're trying to influence with this rumor. Like using the rumor as a tool down the line. They would just need some kind of evidence that the Seraph is bad, or the rumor wouldn't be effective. But once they have that evidence, maybe this rumor is more effective than like a more specific one.
Yeah.
All right.
So my one issue with making it really specific is that we don't have any information, actually. Like
Okay.
we know, what do we know about the Seraph? He comes from far away. Cool. We know that he's bad. Cool.
All right. So if I don't have to like to use this feature, I will trying to figure out how to do this. So the Ruchalik have been flying around, right?
Yeah.
So essentially what I would like kind of start off with is I think that the rumor that I want to spread is, yeah, I'll do that. The Seraph is bad. The Seraph, the Seraph is evil. The Seraph is corrupting the leaders, essentially. Is trying to the Seraph is trying to blind the leaders. I think that's the way I want to phrase it, because like they want to follow orders, and they will because they believe they're leaders. But I believe a soldier would believe that if the leader was given the wrong information, then their leader isn't bad. It's whoever, the leader is like getting the information from. So yeah, the Seraph is like, the Seraph is giving them bad information, is leading them astray, is like this rumor, the rumor that I want to give.
Okay.
More specifically, when like Turris talks to people, like if we're doing this like as a broad RP, like he'll like point out the Ruchalik and ask the soldiers like, do you know what those things are? Those things literally can like put dreams in your head to make you believe what they want you to believe.
Okay.
And he's just letting them float around, like fly around the city. You can go look it up in a book. That's what they do.
Okay. Excellent.
Love it.
Okay. Awesome. Then if you want to go ahead and make your check, I think this should also be secret. I don't know if do you know the outcome of so rumors? Let's see.
I don't know.
There are consequences to the check, which makes me laugh.
Go ahead and roll it in the open. I don't think this needs to be secret.
Is this diplomacy?
I'm
not
thought it
lying.
was... Let me see. Hold on.
Or is this something I need to add?
Oh, I guess So Rumor is specifically a deception thing. So even if you're not lying, you are still kind of manipulating people into believing something that they like don't believe.
Well, that's okay because my deception is higher than my diplomacy.
Well, great.
Excellent.
Ooh, that roll back to the 14. All right. Okay. So, as you are going about sowing this rumor, you you kind of like, as you're getting to the end of this process, you hear some soldiers that you are approaching to sow this rumor are already actually kind of talking about this. Like, you kind of catch word that like one of them is saying like, yeah, those angels that the Seraph called them, they apparently they can invade dreams and plant information in dream, and then like sees you walking up and just hello.
And immediately Terse is like, you had it too?
Heck yeah. And so you know too. And the other one's like,
I heard it on the street.
My buddy Phil was filling me in on it, saying that just like starts babbling about it, starts going back and forth with you, and you just like play at the paranoia a little bit, and build on that. And you
Amazing.
Do you feel out of place here too? It's a wonderful location, but it doesn't feel like home, does it?
It's just not our place to be here.
Unbelievable. Immediately getting the fucking brainwash soldier in on this. Oh my god.
It is good to provide aid to allies in need, yes, because especially if this is so heinous, it may start here, but it'll end up back in the kingdom.
We were providing aid against devils, and now the devils are gone, and it seems like we're putting this place under, some kind of lockdown, and I don't understand why. And they go back and forth with you for some time. So you are in an increasingly, well, I guess I won't tell you how to feel, but you are getting the feeling that this is going well, that you are succeeding at this. But to dampen, your mood is dampened somewhat, perhaps, as you approach another set of guards, and they kind of like turn, and start like approaching you kind of before you can like beeline to them, before you can engage them in conversation. Mm-hmm. And one of them kind of like holds up a poster, like a sketch, and says, "You there? You seen this dwarf?" And he holds up a picture of a familiar dwarf wearing a crown. Oyer Farron.
Oh, the king?
Yes. Apparently, well, he has been betraying our kingdom's secrets to foreign nations.
No.
I'm afraid so.
No! How could he? Unbelievable! Sorry, that's so fucking funny. It's like just walking up to a guy. Oh my god, I can't believe they think you're a person.
I
The-
look like a person, to be fair.
Yeah, the like strange skin pattern is it's a little subtle.
It's mostly on my coat, to be fair.
Yeah.
Which is actually part of me in some weird way.
But they don't need to know that.
Yeah.
They don't need to know that.
Anyway, so he like waits for a moment for you to get over your shock, and then he's like, so have you seen him?
When was it the last time?
The
The last time I
like
actually saw this guy was
6?
like in the caves, right?
Yeah, like 6 days ago, 5 days ago, and it was in
Bring it
back
Montellano,
up
like
in-
in his town.
Yeah,
That was
Montellano.
Back
Yeah.
in session 3.
Yeah.
So no.
Or maybe if you tell them that you saw him in Montellano.
Well, he is the king of Montellano, and I saw him there. But why would he be here?
Kind of crooks an eyebrow and is like, when did you see him there?
There was this whole ordeal with earth elementals, and he was.
No. Since then,
Freed.
he has come down here to calm the court.
For what purpose?
To betray state secrets.
Yeah, he's like folding up the parchment since you clearly know who Oyer Varen is, and he says, he came with an entourage of foreign leaders. Rurith, king from the far north, known to be a sycophant of the four. We think that they were all working against our king, working against Montellano and the Seraph.
It's so good that you're here.
To prevent state secrets from being leaked.
Right. And what business brings you to calm the court exactly? You're clearly not with guard.
Oh, I'm merely a traveler.
A traveler. Bit dangerous to come out here. Surely you would have heard of the rumors of the Star Dreamers and all of this earthquake business.
Well, yes. Well, I suppose I'm a bit of a historian as well. I enjoy writing the history as I'm in the midst of it. Isn't this all rather exciting to you?
Right. And you said you had contact with Oyer Varen.
No, you asked if I saw him. I did see him in the city that he is the king
And
of.
what were the circumstances under which you saw Oyer Varen?
I believe he was he was a prisoner of some earth elementals, but they seemed to sort it all out, and he was returned. And
You saw him while he was consorting with the earth elementals.
he was consorting with the earth elementals.
And he kind of like gives his partner like a look and just a very small nod, and his partner starts like pulling out some manacles. And he turns back to you and he's like, you seem to have some very interesting information about this situation. I'm going to have to ask you to come with us
Oh, I'd love to. Where are we going?
to our barracks.
Very good.
We have some-
Let's go.
They look at each other again. Very well. And he like kind of like puts the manacles away, and they're like, if you'll follow us then.
Of course. I often find that I'm in the exact specific situation, the specific place that I need to be in the right time. And I feel as though this is the right time.
Right. Well, it certainly seems
Fortuitous.
right. This way. And he starts walking.
Very good. Let's go.
They take up a formation where one is in front of you and one is behind you, and they know you're following willingly, but they don't totally.
Fine.
Yeah. And they start leading you kind of like actually down towards the gate. And then we will jump to scene. I want to take a break pretty soon. Konnor, do you mind if we do scene of action, scene after a quick break?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. So we'll take a break for, call it 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and carry on.
Sounds good.
I realized we were taking a break, and I was like, ah, shit. Now's the perfect time to use the restroom.
And back.
I am back.
Welcome back.
I cannot believe Taurus got himself willingly arrested.
I was gonna say the same thing.
What do you mean? He was like, yes, I'll go down to the precinct.
He was just talking about how fast he was. Where's the running?
Incredible.
Yeah, the shenanigans this session. And Scene hasn't even gone yet.
Scene is definitely getting arrested. God.
We're all just gonna end up in jail separately.
I'm back.
Welcome
And also,
back.
we're not going to jail. Turris isn't going to jail. What are you talking about? What the heck?
Turris is going straight in the interview room.
That's not jail.
Technically not.
Apparently, Turris doesn't know his rights.
He doesn't. They also didn't read him his rights.
No.
Yeah,
yeah.
they didn't read him his Miranda rights. What the?
They're
You have a case you could sue.
They just asked if he could come with them, and he's like, yeah, absolutely.
I am also a human. I'll go with you.
I am also a pan. I am not fake.
Oh yeah, is Armis just with you?
Oh my god. Oh yeah, where's Armis?
I guess like he has.
I love the idea.
Range.
I love the idea that knowing that he needs to look as normal as possible, he just keeps like walking 100 feet away from Armis, but Armis keeps like teleporting 1 foot. It's just like clank, clank, clank.
Yeah.
That was generally my idea. That like Armis is just within 100 feet of Turris at the moment.
Yeah. Turris will be like walking up to soldiers, and Armis just like goes into an alley. So he is now 100 feet behind this group, trailing behind. He doesn't actually need to stay in visual distance because he knows where.
It would be so funny if you were just like melded into your Eidolon.
I would like that feature just as a cosmetic effect. Not that it does anything. Like I wish that Turris and Armis could like do like a freaking magical girl combination or something like, or no DBZ combination sort of a thing.
No, the magical girl one.
Yeah, they're magic. Yeah, the magical
little
girl. Yeah,
or something.
exactly. That was one of my favorite features as a dungeon, and I was like, this doesn't give me anything good. It doesn't seem like, but I like the idea.
I mean,
like Turris and Armis could like hypothetically like Turris can wear Armis as armor, and like
technically the advantage is that your Eidolon usually has access to movements you cannot do, such as being able to fly or swim. It also means that you are always using like the highest save whenever you are affected by an attack.
Right.
Like if your Eidolon has a better fort save, like you always use your Eidolon's fort save. And if someone is targeting your Eidolon with a will save, like you basically would always use your will save. Its advantages are mostly that you are a single person now, for better or for worse, basically.
I'm looking this up, and all of my saves are better than Armis's saves.
Huh.
That will probably change in the future.
Ah, okay.
Let's see.
But he definitely has more strength than I do.
Konnor, Bill, Rye, all back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Right?
Does Rai still have power?
I mean, Rai didn't get booted out of the server, so my assumption
fair.
is yes.
You're probably just pooping.
Fair.
Drop
Maybe.
Also, we
soup on their
can't
hands.
start the next scene without Konnor anyway.
I'm back.
Oh, welcome back. In that case, I think we can start with a scene of auctions. Jam.
The jam.
Performance of a lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm so excited.
There is.
So
I like the splitting the party moment. This is really fun.
I love being in.
I love when half the party goes to leave something and succeeds, and the other half gets arrested by guards who aren't from here. I love that.
technically, Turris hasn't failed a single
I
check.
haven't done my scene yet. You don't know what'll happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't.
Turris hasn't failed a check. Yeah.
Fix
Turris,
everything.
Turris hasn't failed a check, and Scene hasn't done his thing yet. So that's where we're at right now.
So Scene, you, as the group splits up, you see like Turris go and start talking to some guards. The others are walking down the hill. You have the kind of long walk back up the hill. Float.
The long float.
Your legs do not get tired at all. You are not bothered at all by the traversal. And you head back up to kind of the ritzier neighborhood, although it's all still very like it's like fancier kind of imposing buildings. But all the buildings here are not like particularly beautiful, I guess. They're just kind of different levels of a little bit scary. Down to a little bit rundown. So you kind of enter this neighborhood. Where are you looking to stage your performance?
Yeah, I think he would probably go to like a high traffic area, like a street corner, or maybe like a neighborhood like center or neighborhood square.
Yeah.
Where people often like walk through or go by.
Makes sense. All right. So you go there. None of the guards really stop you on the way. You get a couple of looks from like, you get a couple of glances, a couple of stares from like Drow and other city residents who appear to recognize you.
Yeah,
Nice.
as Scene walks by, he snaps his I guess tendrils and like does like finger guns and winks, which is just him blinking at them.
I love that so much.
Attention.
Does Scene know any of these people that he's walking by?
Just roll me a flat 20 real quick. Wow, the search in Obsidian is not helping me much. A 7. I would say you don't recognize anyone. No one you recognize spots you.
Okay, that's fine.
There's 8th beat.
His future fans.
Or 8th bite.
Didn't we leave 8th Bite at the Moonlight Pools?
We did, yeah.
That
Yeah,
is the
I
last
thought we
place you saw
did.
him. Yeah.
Or
He
no,
has 4 more band members.
he
It's
went on
fine.
his way.
I'm excited. Excited to meet them all.
So you get to kind of a nice square, and there's kind of like a kind of raised block where there's kind of like a bell tower.
Okay.
And you think that that's a good place to set up and have your little performance.
Yeah.
So, do you just jump right into your kind of 2-hour impression making jamboree?
Yeah, I mean, is anyone there as Scene is kind of getting set up and starting?
I think yeah, like couple of the people that you spotted who recognized you kind of kept watching you as you approached this square. A couple of them seemed like kind of excited. They're like, do you think he's gonna play?
Well, I gotta check this out. This sounds good.
Exactly. And like also a couple of human guards kind of patrolling this block are kind of paying a little bit of attention to you. There's not like a huge crowd yet, but there are people about.
Okay.
We're still on the payroll if we listen, right?
Yeah.
Scene would start getting set up, and he would, as he's kind of ready and gonna start playing, he's like, "Ladies and gentlemen, monsters and men, come on down." And he's like pointing at all these different people as he's seeing them walk by, and he's like, "We're just gonna be hanging out here. We're gonna be playing some music. We're gonna be catching those waves." And his like tendrils start doing like weird like wavy motions. And he's gonna like grab just like a scrap piece of like paper or something. He's gonna be like, "You can come on up here and you can request some songs, and I'll try and get around to them." And then he'll just start going into it. He'll like start the first song and he'll be like, "Oh, also," and he'll like point one of his tendrils down. He's like, "Here's the tip jar. You'll get an extra treat if you put something in there." And then he'll start playing.
Awesome. Okay, so you start your 2-hour impression making jam. If you want to roll for that, I believe it was performance ?
Yeah. Do I have to roll 50?
What? No. You roll one.
Just one roll. It's just one roll.
Oh,
No,
one.
convince them all individually.
Good
Yeah.
God.
Does this need to be hidden?
Nah. You can know if you succeed.
Okay.
And
Oh no. Well.
There's a hero point.
Why is the symbol on that dice a 1?
I don't know. I thought it was a 20 for a minute. You.
I also thought it was a
Can
20.
Can I re-roll?
Yeah, you could re-roll that with a hero point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what the hero points for.
Literally anything is better than that, and it was still a 14. So.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Let's go!
Can you
Dude!
can you hit your ability again just so I can see if there's anything special with it?
Oh, yeah.
Dude!
Yeah, just the
Literally-
description of your.
That beautiful moment going from a 1 to a 20 in a reroll.
Yeah.
That is.
Beautiful.
That is. Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss.
Oh, it's only 10 minutes. You can make an impression. Oh, but okay, and then 2 hours for it. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. And then make an impression. Okay. All right. So. Okay. So you start to draw a crowd. And like some folks from kind of the surrounding like buildings kind of surrounding homes kind of start to come out and listen. And by the end of it, you have like more than the 50 people. Like there's probably 100 people around as you are finishing up the performance. And like people have been coming and going the whole time. And beyond just like what you were trying to do of making some connections that might be able to help you reach the queen, there's now like quite a few Sarahtonin soldiers who have more or less no idea who you are, who now are big fans of the scene of Akshin.
Big fans of arresting you.
Yeah.
So you're getting claps from the whole range of the audience as you wrap up, and
Did I make any money?
roll me. Let's see.
This isn't that important, but
Yes,
No,
it
it is.
It is.
It is important.
Yeah.
wait, what am I rolling?
I'm trying to figure out a good. First of all, roll me 1d8. All right. Go ahead and roll me 3d12. You earn 140 gold.
What the fuck?
Nice.
Damn!
What the fuck?
Dean is the smartest of us.
You notice
God.
while you are playing, a lot of that. I say 140 gold. 100 of the gold is in the form of 10 platinum that were more or less subtly put in the jar container. I don't know what you put down by like one particular well-dressed drow who like caught your eye while you were playing, and then kind of like walked over to a bench under a tree, kind of like outside of the kind of a greater audience, like sat separately. And then as you're kind of like wrapping up the performance, you see him like stand up and like wait until he catches your eye, and then he walks into an alley outside this block, out of the sight of kind of the guards and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, Scene would grab the money and he would like kind of like quickly pack up his stuff and kind of start heading that way. Pushing through all of his adoring fans, obviously.
Yeah, and you have a minute to like make other connections in the city. You now know like a few people here and whatnot.
Yeah.
And like I said, there are now Sarahtonin soldiers who are a fan of you.
Also, the secret treat that for tipping, the first time it happened, he played the monster version of "Cowboys Are Frequently Secretly Fond of Each Other." That's
Oh my
from
god.
Moto.
It should be humans though. Humans are secretly. That's the monster version.
Exactly. He does it in a Willie Nelson impression. I'm trying to think of a clever monster version. I'll come back to it. But then he would go and find the drow.
Okay. Were there any like kind of were you trying to subtly add anything to your songs, or like kind of across your set list that was like okay.
Yeah, I think as the set went on, he was being less subtle about it and just swapped out a lyric in his song for the Seraph.
Okay.
And like talking about how they're very bad and we need to take them down. We need to come together, become a community, whatever. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Which is its own rumor, if you think about it.
It really is, though.
The people he's made an impression on do agree. So you follow this drow.
Media literacy is dead in this city.
You follow him into the alley after a couple of minutes, and he is kind of standing there with his arms crossed, kind of around the corner, and sees you enter, and looks up and gives you a nod. Says, "A scene of auction, I presume."
You presume correctly, and who might you be?
A friend. One of my friends. runs the Green Plum, says, there's a famous singer with a group of interesting warriors stopped by, said we should feast merrily. Seems he kind of like tips his head to like kind of look sort of around the corner, up at the sky, up at like the high tower, at some like brutalics passing in the distance, and he's like, seems that we agree that this new arrival is not as great as the Sarosans would say.
I would have to agree, and I know that my friends, even though they're not here to support me, would agree as well.
Sorry to hear that. That was a great performance. Hopefully they support you in your other endeavors.
He like holds up a tendril and does like the shaking the hand side like sideways back and forth is like a so-so motion.
There's like kind of a little grin and a nod. They'll come around, I'm sure. Now, those things up there, flying around, they have the ability to invade our dreams and read our thoughts or intentions. We have to be careful. But there is a resistance building here already. And while we have to bide our time, while we cannot make any grand moves while the Seraph watches so closely, while his angels flitter about, if you and your companions are trying to make some kind of move yourselves, perhaps we could support that.
Ooh. Zine would ask, what do you need from us?
Crooks an eyebrow, and he's like, I feel like that is what I should be asking you. As I said, we cannot make moves ourselves yet. We have to build our forces, wait until these humans are not so on guard. Perhaps until our queen even convinces them that we are all on the same side and they leave. But if you have a plan, as I said, we might be able to help facilitate that. And if you are not ready to make a move, then perhaps it is enough to know that you have allies here.
Yeah, Zine would nod, or I guess bob up and down. And our plan was essentially just to like get in front of the queen, right? That's kind of what it's been so far.
Yeah, I think the general idea is connect with somebody to get to the queen.
I don't know if we even like so clearly, but like with all the evidence we have now, we don't have to even get to the queen. We don't even have to go up that high, right? The queen's already in on this.
She is, but does she know about us?
She will.
Hypothetically. And talking to her, we would also know who is leading the human regiment here.
What?
Well, we know they're following their king.
It's the King of Sarosa. I'm confused.
Well, there are two people. There is the King of Sarosa, and then there is whoever is leading the troops in the city. Like there is there's the king
We don't
sending
know
the
their command
troops.
structure.
Yeah. At the very least, there is the king, right? And the king is probably still in the king's kingdom, and he has sent troops. And there is somebody that is leading the troops, and that is who we are after. Because he, like, what Turris is doing is trying to like sow rumors amongst like the bottom to go up, but also like we want to get to the top too, and like play both angles, if that makes sense. So if we can like figure out who he is, how much he's bought into the Kool-Aid, and work on that, I think is a big step in the present matter, if that makes sense. Which is also why Turris knows he was under arrest, but also is fine going to like be arrested. If that makes sense.
Okay. I know that there were some talks about trying to get an audience with the queen, and I don't know if you would be able to help with that, but what we could also do is I could reconvene with my group and maybe bring them by the resistance or essentially the hideout for wherever these people are.
Well, I cannot get you a personal audience at the moment. I can get you a conversation. And he kind of like pulls out a sheet of parchment and like starts scratching some notes on it. And he continues talking as he does so. He says, as for a hideout, we do not have a centralized location yet. We are...
I got one.
Where did that voice? Where'd that? Anyway. As I said, this is a dangerous time with those things flying around, poking at our heads. For now, we dare not congregate too closely. And since your group, it seems, might be coming into conflict with these angels, for now, the less you know, the better. But if you would like a conversation with the queen, and he hands you kind of a folds the parchment and hands it to you. He says, go to this location and a facilitator will be there to assist you. There are also instructions on how to contact me, but you will only be able to do so once before we have to come up with another method of contact. Though, if you ever have the freedom to come and play here at the Bell Tower again, I will be able to find you. In a pinch.
That's perfect. You know, I have a member of our group is sort of bigger than he might appear.
He blinks.
With that comes a benefit of being able to hide out inside of him.
You got seen talking about that now.
I love it. I love it.
I know one of your companions was a mimic, but I don't think we need to resort to hiding.
Oh, you know, no. I that would probably be quite uncomfortable. I don't know how that would work. Does Scene know that Turris is the dungeon?
I
I think that's up to you.
Yeah.
Does Scene know?
does Scene comprehend that?
I
Like,
think it has
Turris
been
is-
made. I don't want to say obvious.
has-
It's been made plain, but I don't know that everyone has to.
I think I'm more so mean, does Scene understand? Like, does it make sense to where Scene is like, oh, Turris is the dungeon? Or is it like, Turris, like, has this thing. Scene has no clue how. But, yeah, I think, Scene would explain that, well, actually, first, before Scene progresses, can I roll a... Is it diplomacy to figure out if, like, someone's being honest?
Just perception to see if someone's like
Perception.
on the level.
I don't know why I thought... Yeah, okay. I just want to do that when he hands me the paper. Can I glance at the paper? Just to see what's, like, written there?
His big guy.
Yeah, you can glance at it.
Okay. After reading it, Scene wants to roll
How
perception check.
subtle is him glancing? Just out of curiosity.
Scene can never hide where
It's
he's looking.
it's especially not subtle.
Big
Like,
what I
eye
kind of
looks
imagine-
down.
It's inappropriate to point it out.
On the
Yeah,
one
it's-
hand,
it's insensitive
on the
to be like, hey.
he has the shades.
Scene wears
Oh yeah, true.
just normal sunglasses.
Sunglasses.
Oh, I forgot.
He wears normal sunglasses so it blocks his vision. There's like the thing right in the middle of his eye. And so every time he has to read, he like has to purposefully like use one of his tendrils to like lift the sunglasses.
Oh my God.
Like an old person trying to read something and they keep like moving the reading glasses.
Well, but also I imagine I'm forgetting I want to say beholders, but that's just not their name. But I imagine they have incredible peripheral vision too. And you know, maybe for them a glance is just like their whole eye widens like a little bit and they scan their whole peripheral in one go and that's a glance. But
Okay.
Well, that depends on your
Oh.
pupil shape. Do you have like a wide pupil shape, or is
Okay,
it?
okay.
Also, like, I think one thing that I probably haven't done a great enough job of like baking into Scene's character is he is on fire.
What?
Like,
What?
Yeah, he's
Like all the
he's
time?
I think he's the burning eye.
He's really hot, okay?
Don't think that that's what that means.
Right?
Oh my god.
eye.
Okay.
Your eye is ablaze, allowing you to shoot beams of fire from your eye and protecting you from fire. I guess your
So,
eye being ablaze can mean whatever you want.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, yeah, I guess his eye is on fire all the time. Yeah. So he's contending with that too.
So you take your unsubtle glance at the sheet, and it's
Yeah.
like it's just a cellar of some one of the kind of like houses, kind of along the outskirts.
Okay.
And that is where this meeting will take place, if you choose to accept.
Okay. Yeah.
As for the way to get in contact with this guy, there's like a bookstore down the hill, sort of near where the bread shop was. And it's just if you go in and ask for a certain book, then they will say, they'll just say that it's sold out, or like that they have to put it on special order, and that they'll run and go place that order right now. And then you meet with this guy at another location out in the kind of the green fields terrace.
Okay. I guess Scene will just roll the perception check. He trusts the guy, but also, you know,
He's got a big eye. He's got to perceive a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy did pay him a ton of money.
What
So,
Scene considers a suspicious amount of money, I guess.
yeah.
Exactly.
Seems like
Drop it up.
my performance was maybe worth 100 gold total. Coming from one person though.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Okay, so I'll roll.
God damn. Sorry. You guys can't all see what I'm... He seems completely on the level.
He hasn't said angel emoji.
Yeah. He's not lying to you in any way. He's being completely truthful with you.
Scene would then go on to say, like, when we meet, I might be able to procure us a safe place away from the
Ruchelix.
Yeah, Ruchelix. He wouldn't say exactly how, like, he wouldn't explain that Turris is a dungeon and has like a
right.
a separate
A
place,
special door.
because
You don't want to explain that you have to walk into the special door?
yeah. He's just trying to be considerate of, like, okay, this guy isn't sharing information with me because he doesn't want to pose a threat if the Ruchelix like it to me.
Yeah, correct.
And so Scene is trying to be mindful of that kind of in reverse. Like, he doesn't want.
Nice, yeah.
But I don't know if the Ruchelix already know about your place, but
well, they haven't been there yet.
Yeah.
True.
We assume.
True.
As we know. Yeah, we assume, yeah.
There's not really a way to know, basically. So we're just assuming that they haven't.
He would just make it clear that, like, the Ruchelix wouldn't be able to get to there. Like, it's not around here, but we can get there.
We'll keep that in mind if we have anyone we need to get out. And then
Sounds good to me.
there's kind of like the sound of chirping nearby, and his eyes kind of like flick up towards the kind of skyline. And then back to you, and he says, well, it was an excellent performance. And I hope you stay safe until we next meet. We should depart. And he...
Scene will nod, and then kind of head to probably finish grabbing whatever he didn't grab before slipping away.
Yeah.
Or maybe going back to just talk to anyone else if there is anyone still around.
Okay. Yeah, there's a couple of people milling about still, and they kind of like cheer when you show back up, and so you can connect with your adoring fans for a moment. So, we will jump back to the larger group, since that conversation didn't take 2 hours. So we'll fill out the rest of that time. So, you guys are following this drow, and I don't think he said where Bakai's house is exactly?
No, he just like sighed and was like,
Pointed.
"Follow me" or
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
something.
So he brings you to gosh darn it, Konnor. 52 sim claws. Incredible.
Sorry, I didn't mean to right in the middle of the thing. I just saw it and I remembered I need to do it.
Totally fine. He brings you to brings you to what appears to be a appears to be a winery. It's a place, just like a place that sells kind of wines, various varieties. You get from the sign outside. The name is just the Grand Vine, and it kind of has a very romanticized depiction of the road that you took to get down here from Monteclano, and it just like covered in vines and like grapes and other fruits. He leads you inside, and the attendant in the store looks up, and this guy says, my friends here would like to sample the selection. And this guy who's about to like go into a spiel kind of like raises both eyebrows and nods and kind of walks to the back of the store and like pulls on this shelf that moves a little more easily than you would expect, and there's a stairway downward. And as soon as it moves, you kind of hear like a deep voice talking to someone beneath. And you descend, following the drow. And as you walk in, you see, lit by dim candlelight, you see kind of the broad back of Bakai the Pious, his various weapons kind of like sitting near him. He's sitting at a makeshift table, really just made out of like a barrel with like a big slab of wood put on top of it. And on it, you see kind of like a map of the city with like kind of bits of like wood and whatever they had kind of like spread across it, marking different locations. And it is Bakai the Pious and three other armored individuals, two of them drow and one of them an orc. And Bakai is the biggest of all of them. And he kind of like stops talking as the wood of the steps creaks behind, and he kind of like has to shift all of his weight to kind of like turn around and look at you, and then sees who it is, and his eyes go kind of. It's like a very kind of slow surprise of just a very slow brow raise on one eye. And the drow who brought you here is like, Bakai, these are well, the people you were speaking with the other day, I suppose. They came looking for you and were about to cause some trouble, and well, they seemed eager to feast. And after a moment, Bakai kind of gives a little nod and tells the drow, you can leave them to us. And the drow nods, turns and walks back up the steps, and you hear the sliding of the shelf above again. And then Bakai turns his gaze to the rest of you and says, why have you sought me out?
Do you want to tell him, Steris, or should I?
You go ahead.
I have procured a map I think you might find interesting.
Let us see it.
She just like mage hands it over.
Okay. And he starts looking across it, and then again, both of his eyes this time like slowly widen, and then he kind of nods, and then he looks back to you, Isha. Says,
It is interesting, surely.
Very, very curious.
Oh, it's curious indeed.
Do you mind if we copy it?
Oh, have at it.
And then he nods.
I was gonna make a joke that I was gonna sell it to the king, and then I was like, I shouldn't do that.
Just wondering. Like, stopped yourself mid-sentence.
Yeah, you should have seen the way I was about to have an aneurysm.
He nods to one of his one of the other folks around the table, and they like grab a fresh big sheet and start copying down it's a map of the whole region here in Konnor, and he starts kind of marking down the same notes that you have taken, and along with like a map of the greater area above as well. And then he turns back. The guy does, and says,
Yeah, it was like the map has supply routes, and it's signed by the king.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
How did you come to find this?
I looked at paper underneath the moon.
A curious trick.
Sometimes
effective one.
you just need a different form of light to reveal what is hidden.
I usually do not need light at all, but moonlight is in rare supply down here. Clever.
It may be rare where you are, but it's not rare at the pools.
And he nods. His face actually goes like a little bit angry. Like he's...
What do you know of the state of the city? Have you had any contact with the queen?
Not direct contact.
What has been the method of communication?
It changes depending on what is safe.
Wait. Hold on.
Okay.
I use this roll on the guy who left. As he leaves. I cast this on him.
Oh, the mystery scroll you bought?
No.
All right. Spell words against those who. Okay.
Oh.
Sure. Technically, everyone would have known you were casting a spell, but we can like skip the back and forth on that. And you protect his mind for 24 hours. Oh, I guess it takes 10 minutes. So yeah, you stop him. You explain that you're going to ward his mind against the Rujalics, and you give him the mind menace effect.
Okay, that is all. I just was like, I'm never gonna find a place to use this, I don't think, and I just, if I could protect one person.
That's Isha's good deed for the day.
Yeah, now I get to be a chaos gremlin.
Isha marks something off of her to-do list.
Okay. So yeah, he says the method of communication changes depending on what's safe. And he says, but I know her will.
Which is?
For now, caution. And an able eye watching the movements of the Sarosans.
And after?
It remains to be seen. But they will be removed from our lands.
Is Turris going to ask who is in control?
Table tech, yes.
I guess we will. I guess I'm trying to figure out if Isha and Stairs care about that. I mean,
Yeah.
and maybe I don't know. Like, would Turkon bring that up? Would Turkon care about the military structure of this, the people like in the city?
I mean, he could.
Will he? Does he?
No.
Okay.
That's fair.
Surely they aren't watching the gates that much, and people are free to come and go as they please, no? Or do they keep the gates blockaded?
They make exceptions. They let wine carts through, supply deliveries. They do not inhibit all travel, but they do question all.
Do you know of any organizing amongst the people?
Right now, it is safe to know as little as possible.
Well, that's that, I guess.
Are there any ways out of the city?
Well, we know one way.
Yes, I don't want to go half a day's travel away to have to travel another half a day to my destination.
He kind of crosses his arms and takes like a kind of longer breath and says, they watch mostly the gates, the eastern walls, the green terrace, where the sun can reach. They do not bother to guard the entire cliff. You could climb down there. They leave that to our guards. I could send you with word from me, and they could find you a clear spot to set up a rope and climb down safely.
As long as it does not endanger your people.
He shakes his head. The humans believe that area is not a threat. They leave the menial job. Gosh darn it.
Whoa.
To us. They leave it to us.
Okay, that sounds fine to me. Do you know of the organization of the humans?
The organization.
We have a bet going that it is not just the king who is controlling the humans here.
The king is here. He does.
How much gold do you owe me, Taurus? How much gold?
So much gold.
Give me all your fucking gold.
He does also have 2 commanders with him.
Okay, half the gold, half the gold.
Okay, half the gold. I'll take half. I'll take half. Well, maybe it's not worth the full pot, but it is convenient that he is also here.
He does not hold great interest in the wall, in security. He has some other task.
His task is to weaken the wall.
Perhaps.
And to incorporate it into his own.
Do you know what's important about the Green Terrace? That's one of the areas they're most securing.
No, they're not secure in the Green Terrace.
Oh, I thought they were.
No.
Oh shit.
Yeah, basically they don't think it's
Yeah, they don't think
for-
it's worth watching at all.
Yeah.
Okay. I misunderstood.
Yeah, it's like 3 times the height as like the cliffs around kind of the east part of town. So they're like, we'll let the drow watch that. People aren't gonna be going in and out there. And it's like it just takes so much more manpower to watch because it's so much longer. And you get the impression that they don't want to spread their forces that thin. Like they want their
they're trying to make it look like there's more people there than they actually have.
Right. And they don't want to spread guards like out across all this shit. They want to keep it all there.
Okay, time moves against us. We must make on with our plans quickly. I hope Taurus and Scene did not get into any trouble.
Surely we can't bet that they didn't.
Knowing Einkrad, surely he is in the most uncomfortable of situations.
That he makes look comfortable.
You know, honestly, I'm glad I met you gods. This is a very nice time.
Yeah, I don't have any more questions. We're just gonna have him set up the rope, I guess.
Yep. Yeah. Gives you
and then we can move on.
a letter and a place. Yeah. So clearly you guys would have set up a place to meet. Would it have been the Green Plum, or would it have been something closer to over here? Would it like the gate, or? Because you are definitely going. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I'd imagine we'd pick the Green Plum, but I don't know what the rest of your sentence was.
Green Plum makes sense. It's not that particularly far. I was just gonna say you are definitely going to meet up with Sinabak Shin before you realize anything is wrong with Turris.
Oh, great.
There's surely like a pub or something that is like in between here, right? That's like kind of the midway point between like the upper city and the lower city.
That is actually, so that's kind of what the Green Plum is. It's like right there.
Oh, okay.
There are more.
My
taverns.
sense of scale is that this is like a much greater distance in my mind than it actually is, I guess.
Yeah, it's not as big as it looks. It's definitely like the whole town is blown up compared to the rest of
Green Plum is totally fine by me.
Okay. Right. Okay. So I think we'll just have you guys funneling back into the Green Plum. Scene of auction is you're already there. You could have sat down if you wanted. And the two groups see that it's just Turris is missing so far. So you're all shuffling in more or less around the same time. And basically, are there any actions that the greater group wants to take before we jump back over to Turris' scene?
I hope your performance went well. Scene?
Oh yeah. I mean, look at this. And he'll pull out the money he made.
Oh Lord. That is quite a lot.
Yeah, at first it actually looks like a ton of silver, like most of the tips were in silver, but then there are the 10 platinum pieces.
Also, you should put the silver on top of the other silver. Do you catch my drift?
Huh?
He does not.
Yeah, Scene just stares at him. But then Scene would also say that he may have found a connection that can help us get not an audience with the Queen, but a conversation with the Queen. And he'll show them he'll like slide the paper to Isha.
This is useful. I still don't think it's meeting with royalty is great and all, but we should simply not distract her in this dire hour.
And scene of auction.
Scene would then also say that he essentially has like gotten us more allies. There seems to be like a drow high lord or something, just someone of kind of like higher status who is a part of like a resistance group to what's going on.
Our friend at the gate, Mr. Doomhammer, also is seemingly a member of this. Oh, I don't know his name anymore, I'll be honest. I forgot it. But more allies are useful.
Yeah, if we need to meet with this guy, that's what the second set of instructions are for. I figured we could invite him and other members of his group to Turris' tower.
Speaking of Turris, he's taking some time to get back.
I was enjoying the quiet.
Wow.
Stu, it is quite nice, isn't it?
Wow.
I missed it when it was just you and me.
Wow.
I think that maybe one day there will be a chance for it to go back to just us.
Wow.
Wait.
Just who?
And Turcon.
Turcon can come, I guess. Although maybe he probably won't find the solace of desert temple life so quiet and fun. not a lot of people to steal food from.
But you see, if Stu doesn't come with me, he doesn't get uppies anymore.
Bees.
You two have really grown quite close. It's cute.
Also,
Yeah.
Stu just goes wherever the wind takes him.
That you mean
Does Stu have a sail? Does Stu have like a little sail on the top of his chair?
He's like a spider that's like recently left its egg hatch and just drifts off into the wind.
I promise Stu that when I have a moment, we will reconvene and I'll ask you many questions about this entire experience. I've been going through a lot. I hope you understand that I don't mean to be neglectful of our friendship.
Oh, I mean, I'm just here, so no offense taken.
I didn't know Stu was such a valued confidant of yours, Isha.
We have an understanding.
Anyway. Although
Turris is
we're
getting
all
arrested.
enjoying the reprieve.
No. Terse is not getting arrested. Terse is going along with the plan.
He's just
Yes,
arrested
the
adjacent.
plan of getting arrested that you told no one about.
Does Isha still have a connection with Armis? Or is that like
What?
only under special I thought Armis and you were talking mentally in one session.
No.
Correctly. No?
No.
Oh, sorry.
What?
There might have been some kind of
Ew,
telepathy
gross.
somewhere,
I thought
but
there
I
was
don't.
telepathy happening, but I couldn't remember.
I don't
It might
even
have been
think
like a
Armis
spell
is. I don't
effect.
think Armis is a person. Why would I talk to
Wow.
him?
Wow. Rude. Also,
I
don't
resent that.
Also, I don't like this unchill music on my scene.
What do you mean?
What could possibly go wrong?
I was pretty confident until I heard this unchill music, actually.
Okay,
I gotta
let's see
change
what
up the
happens to
vibe
you.
somewhere. It's smooth.
Well, let's see what happens to you, because I'm excited.
I'm also excited, so that's fair.
How novel.
But how novel.
Do you hear that? Okay. So, you are led, like I said, back across town, back down this hill, to kind of a barracks right along the wall. It's actually fairly close to where the party initially went to try to find the guard captain. And you are led inside the barracks, and then kind of into a side room. Effectively, they walk you into like a cage or toward a cage.
You want Terse into a cage?
Yeah, he like walks up, opens a cage door with a couple of benches inside.
No. I don't stand there. Sorry.
Well, I'll join you at least for a couple of minutes, but it is currently our protocol to lock up anyone we are interviewing until the interviews aren't done.
Am I under arrest here?
I thought that was understood.
No, I was willingly going with you. What's the problem?
You appear to be a witness. We want to make sure that our witnesses stay well in hand.
Oh, make me a cup of tea and I'll sit in the other room in a chair. I'm not going in there. Heavens no. I just saw the king. Many people saw the king. That's not a crime.
Not many saw him with the earth elementals. That seems to be a rather special circumstance.
Indeed, yes. So I'm not going in there.
I'll go in there with you. We'll just sit down. We'll have a conversation.
We can have a conversation here. Is that fine?
Make a diplomacy check.
All right. Bum, 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 bum. Where is my diplomacy? Boom.
Back this way.
I've been forthwith.
Yes. Come with me. We'll have this conversation in our office. My office.
I'd very much like that, yes. What's your name?
I am Ryan. Ryan Ibrahim.
Ryan Ibrahim. Very good. And what is your position here?
You're asking an awful lot of questions.
Well, you're going to ask me a lot of questions. I feel it's fair. I've been compliant, haven't I?
You are speaking to the commander of the 7th Battalion of our Lord King.
Commander of the 7th Battalion. Well, then I must thank you for supplementing your forces for defending against the awful crusade against these devils and plant beings.
Quite.
Missed opportunity to make this Commander Aiden, but that's fine.
Make him what?
It's a Clone Wars reference. It's fine. Don't ignore me.
Oh, okay.
Hugo, tea if you will. And the other fellow who walked you in nods and departs. Well, Commander Ibrahim brings you into his office instead, where there are nice cushy chairs and not hard wooden benches.
I like this.
So, sits you down in the chair, or gestures to the chair for you to sit down, and then walks around his desk, takes a seat himself, and kind of takes out some parchment, dips a quill in some ink, and says, now, this was 6 days ago that you met the king surrounded by these earth elementals. Did you say 6 or 5
Yes.
days?
I would tell him exactly what
Yeah,
it was, because I don't remember.
We'll write it down. And how did you come to find the king surrounded by these earth elementals?
Trying to remember how exactly we got there.
We heard from the guards that we're talking too loudly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Well, I never met the king before this, but I heard that he was under duress. He and other very people of importance, other kings and nobles, were beset and seized by these earth elementals. So me and my group, well, we used our special abilities to save them.
He keeps scratching notes on the paper and is like, right. So you and your group used your abilities to find the king and his foreign entourage, including King Rurith and Queen
Indeed.
Redmore.
Yes. It seemed the right thing to do if you could do it. Wouldn't you do the same?
He levels a a stern look at you, and then just looks back down to his notes and kind of ignores the question. And says, did you know at the time who the other individuals were that were with King Farron?
Well, I didn't know any of them. I didn't even know the king, to be honest. I just heard his name.
Furrows his brow a little and blinks a couple of times. And when did you learn that you were in or had been in the presence of King Farron?
Just like kind of like sinks back, holding his teeth, like. Well, I'm pretty sure some of the guards let it slip that he was taken, and that is why we I didn't know about him before then, and it seemed like the right thing to do to free a king from an unjust a situation, yes, and other nobles and other delegates, yes.
So, you heard about this secret meeting he was having from his guards. You found him and his foreign entourage, as well as his earth elemental minions.
Sorry, what?
And suffered no repercussions of any kind. They did not send you away.
He was having a secret meeting? Is that what it was about?
He kind of squints at you, and he sets the quill down in the inkwell, and like folds his hands and places them on the desk, and just.
You've been watching too much Castle.
This guy's the one that got arrested.
You have been watching too much Castle.
No.
Yes.
No. I will deny that with no further arguments. I will back that up with nothing, but just no.
To be fair, Tourist did not know this was a secret meeting. He just knew that they were together. So like, he legit.
This guy is just making shit up.
Like, so
The guy also doesn't know. He's just
he is definitely framing it however he wants.
Yeah. So from Tourist's point of view, for the Earth Elementals is totally false in Tourist's point of view, and the other thing is like, that's he's doing that ? What? So like Tourist was legitimately asking, not like trying to lie, if that makes sense. Because he is. I mean, Tourist is framing this pretty legitimately as like they are a group of adventurers that did try to save the king, who he did not know before this, essentially.
Yeah. So the leather of his chair kind of strains and cracks as he shifts, and places his folded hands on the table, and he says, King Farron seemed to enact the arrival of these earth elementals to, in some way, facilitate his meeting with these powerful foreign leaders.
Well, who told you that? Because that's untrue.
I'm simply putting the evidence together.
Well, I was there, and I know that he didn't know this was going to happen. He was a prisoner of these earth elementals. Why would he do that?
Gave you his word on that, did he?
Well, he was in the prison cell, so unless he was lying to me and my adventurer companions.
Kind of like taps his finger twice, and then he like lifts the quill again, and you see him write like prison cell ? On the paper, and then like dip the quill back. And then kind of leans back and looks at you and tries to kind of change the subject a little bit, and says, you said you did all of this with a group.
Yes, of course. I couldn't do it by myself. I'm nothing without my group.
They sound very powerful.
Of course. Yes. Capable, I would say, not powerful.
Tell me more about them. What are their names?
Well, now I'm curious. I can tell you this, and I would like to. This is. Can we do one for one? Like I ask you a question, and then you ask me a question.
Go ahead and make a diplomacy check.
I'm re-rolling that.
Careful.
Wait, that's a 29. Holy. Wait. Oh no.
No,
I was
it's
looking at the
29
wrong
is the
one.
other Well, I shouldn't say careful.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I got 2 of them. Hold on. Let's try it.
It's much better. So he kind of says, I am starting to believe that you were ignorant of King Farron's machinations. So why not? I will try to answer any questions you may have about this confusing situation you have found yourself in.
Trust me, I did not. If you asked me last week if I'd be here, well, I couldn't have said anything, honestly. Ha ha!
It's inappropriate how funny that
He
is.
glances to the side and then back at you.
It's inappropriate how fucking funny that shit is. It's truly not fair.
Go on.
No one else has the excuse of I was a fucking building.
I know.
I didn't have a mouth. Like who? It's really not fair.
Him. He says, go on.
Oh yes. What was your question? I need a specific one.
The names of
And I
your
will-
capable companions.
Oh yes, there's Turkon and Steris and Stu and Isha.
Just writing them down. He's like, no family names for any of these individuals?
Well, if they have them, I haven't told them.
Very well.
And I am.
Mention.
Oh, and Scene, of course. Yes.
Scene. Strange name. Is that... Whatever. Very well.
The fact that Scene is Scene's first name is funny to me. Oh yeah.
So he writes those names down. And what questions do you have for him? He is starting to believe you are not in fact a criminal.
Who told you? Maybe I'll already know this anyhow. Who told you? What information do you have that the King Olier that we saved is some sort of ne'er-do-well? Like, where's that coming from? And what has he done? And how is he harming the state of things?
He has been working against one of King Salma's allies for at least the past few days, perhaps longer. He invited, again, foreign rulers, very powerful ones. One at least, dedicated to the Four and the release therein, to come to our kingdom. He has brought them down here to Konnor, one of our allies, and
Yes.
showing them around and sharing with them secrets from our own research, our research arms into the forgotten gods and other phenomena. And he kind of like shakes his head. He's like, isn't it obvious?
Well, not from my point of view. As I said, I knew him very infrequently. I just tried to save him and other nobles who I thought were upstanding people of the realm, you know.
To us, it is obvious that he has been working against the other parts of our kingdom. He's been working at the very least in the interest of only the dwarf kingdoms, making perhaps a play for power, but either way, he's been sharing our nation's secrets with enemies, powerful ones. One who has been known to conquer neighboring lands.
That's not what your troops have been saying. You are a commander here, yes?
His eyes kind of flutter in waning patience, and he's like, I believe I would know what my troops are saying better than you would, sir.
Well, I have a very special position. I'm one of very few, any air quotes, humans in the city. So I've been able to talk and ascertain. That's why I'm here, honestly. I've been trying to ascertain what's happening. A lot of your troops have been saying that there's something about this being is evil. That these tadpoles flying through the sky can manipulate your thoughts, and that in and of itself, if it's true, seems horrible. And even if your king is acting in his own right mind, he might not know that his mind is altered. Don't you find that perverse?
He kind of sets his jaw and he says, such vile rumors will unfortunately find their way into the heads of the lower vision, the low of understanding. When they see the unknown, it is of no consequence. These doubts will be. And then there's a knock on the door, and then it like opens without waiting for a response.
Oh boy!
And someone kind of out of breath, soldier, like steps in, kind of like huffing for breath, and says, "We have a lead on Farron." And the commander's eyes kind of like widen and then get quite serious, and he stands up and looks to you, and he's like, "Where are you staying?"
Nowhere at the moment. Can I help you with this?
No, this is military business. Go back to your adventuring or whatever it is you do. And he walks around the desk and leaves. Leaving Hugo there.
Leaves the room?
Yeah, he just leaves the room. Hugo, the other fellow who walked in with you, was like left there to handle you and escort you out.
Hugo, was it?
Yes.
What do you think about all this business?
Gives you a suspicious look, and he's like, "It's not my place to question. You don't get to my position by questioning."
Hugo, that's where you're wrong. You can go so much farther if you question.
Family back home relies on the pay being delivered to them, so I'm not terribly concerned with how far I go beyond that.
Oh, Hugo. You can do so much for your family if you actually, try to achieve.
He just puts up a hand and closes his eyes. He's like, "Not another word unless you want to enter one of those cells after all."
By me encouraging you.
And kind of his eyes go to where the commander just left, and then back to you. It's like, the word treason flies from the mouth quite readily these days. Please.
Hugo, I'm worried. I am deeply worried about the state of things.
Your concerns with someone else.
Well, then leave the room and let me write a note.
His nose kind of like wrinkles with irritation and like his lip tightens. But then he just, then he waits for a diplomacy check, I guess. One more. You have 1 minute. And he leaves the room and closes the door.
Ooh.
I quickly but also quietly check every drawer.
There's a roll a perception check. There's a lot of procedural files here. Like papers that have nothing interesting on them, but like
I am re-rolling that. I have one more.
God, the 1s to 20s today.
Oh,
Wild.
Let's go.
Roll me a
yeah.
1d10. Four, eh? Okay. You spot a file that talks about, you spot a report, basically, about, like, undead being seen fighting with one of the moonflowers, and that, like, catches your attention, and you just snatch that paper. And you can review it
Undead?
later. Yeah, yep, undead fighting a moonflower. It's interesting. I can see how you'd want to read more, but you are short on time at the moment.
Right.
So yeah, that makes your brow curl. You snatch it, you put it in your bag.
I use the rest of my time to write a strongly worded letter.
Yeah, you're like on the last like fourth of that, and then Hugo like opens the door again and says, "Come on." And you finish it up, and like he leads you out.
Hugo, do you ever worry that you're following the wrong orders?
I don't worry about a thing, sir. I don't worry about a thing. And when I have
That's a
worries,
shame.
I whisper to them to my cup at night. And not to strangers under suspicion of helping traitors.
Well, technically, he wasn't a traitor when I helped him.
Let's just move along, shall we? And he swiftly brings you to the front door, getting increasingly uncomfortable around you, and just wanting to be rid of you. And then you are out free.
Hope to see you again, Hugo. It's very nice meeting
Never
you.
in my life, sir. And shuts the door. And from there, I assume you head back to the Green Plum.
Yep.
Okay. So, as you guys are starting to discuss, like, hey, you know, it's really a little weird. Turris is still not here, and he's been gone a while. And
No one has said that.
you did before I switched over to the Turris
Said
scene. It
it.
was literally like one of the last things you said was like, huh, where's Turris? So,
No one said that. Everyone was like, wow, it's so nice that he's not here. It's so quiet and calm and relaxing.
Turris, how do you re-enter the Green Plum?
It was quite novel.
It was quite novel.
Kind of like creep the door open and look at everyone.
Oh, they let him go for his edition early. Normally that's a death sentence.
You took your time making it back to us.
Oh, yes, I was held for questioning. But I also had questions, too. So it was tit for tat.
They just let you go.
Yes, of course. I didn't do anything wrong.
Suppose you didn't.
Did you know King Ulier is here?
Would you mind stepping in and not haunting my doorway like a ghoul?
Looks to the bartender.
Yeah, he...
Oh, don't do that. He's a vampire. Don't invite him in.
he crooks an eyebrow in your direction and is like, well, he's already been in once. So either I'm doomed or I'm not, but maybe more doomed if you continue saying such things in the open air.
Excuse me. Is this bartender our friend? He seems friendly. I like him.
Yes.
It is just a pleasure to serve you all drinks, and I think we should keep it at that for now.
Very good. Anyhow,
His eyebrows
King
are
Ulier.
very expressive over his dark shades.
King Ulier is in the city, and one of the commanders of the human army are on his tail. He is now considered a traitor.
Well, that makes sense. He's not actively allied with them, so...
I was hoping to talk to the commander and sway his view, but he is...
Did you know there's another commander? There's 2 commanders, and the king is also here.
Did I know that? I don't think I knew that.
Quite a gathering of important individuals.
I know I knew that, but I think that I heard that from other.
No, like, so, because we had a discussion about that before we, like, split up. And this is just Isha saying, like, everyone's fucking here. Like...
I thought that we learned that the king is here specifically from the interrogation scene.
No, there are
Bekai
no.
the Pious
The
also
king of
said-
Salma, yeah, is on Salma. Is here.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it also
he's-
slipped in the
wasn't-
interview. I don't really remember. I was in cop mode. I was.
You were spinning tails and shit, making shit up. I see you.
Well, we know who the players are here, but what's our next move?
They seem to be pursuing King Farron, but I don't know where King Farron is.
You weren't able to find anything from the captain of the guard?
I found a way out.
You have a way out.
Oh no, it does not take us halfway across the fucking valley. This one drops us right outside of the rock, right outside the cliffs.
What are you talking about?
Getting out of the city.
We have a lull. It's fair enough to leave now.
Ew.
We shared the
It's-
information we had about the human king. They can use that and run with it.
Did I hear the other kings are here? Like Ref? I heard that, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I heard
Yeah,
that.
Oh.
he was like, he was saying that Farron brought Rurith and Redmore here and was sharing secrets with them, sharing research with them about the Forgotten Gods and stuff.
Right. Okay. So Terrace is going to
And
say.
even,
the other...
sorry, the Envoy was saying that they are all in town. Like last time you guys were here.
I did forget that part, so it seemed more precedented to me now. Everyone's here. We shouldn't just leave.
What do you suggest we do? Wait?
No, we form a coalition.
There's
check-
already.
We find the highest point that we can flip the human military, and we use that.
We do not do anything.
What do you mean?
We let the people of the city do as they will do.
We've given them the information they need.
No, they clearly need help. We can't just stand by and wait.
That's what their
That's
plan
their
is.
plan.
What do you mean?
That's what
They
queen
are
was telling
feasting
them.
merrily. They are waiting for their turn.
I don't like waiting.
It is not what you like.
You have to learn patience, tourist.
Yes, well, even if
Then
the
I could
human...
probably teach you.
True.
Actually, Stu probably is the best one to teach you.
I suppose so. Aside from that, though, yes, the locals here are
It's
doing
not
that.
just the locals. It is everyone who is on the side of the city.
All of these humans, they're doing nothing wrong. They're just following orders. We need to help them understand.
There is nothing we can do to help them.
Yes, we can.
We are not going to simply march around their camps and their barracks, telling them that the Seraph is not their ally.
I just did. I helped
You-
influence a number of them. I could have helped the
You-
commander too if I had more time.
You simply... You go find the other commander and you go tell them explicitly that the Seraph is no ally. And you will find that you will find yourself at the end of a sword ran through.
Well, the first commander that I met was rather cordial.
And I'm sure you simply were blurting that the Seraph is the end of the world.
No, I was rather choosy with my words, to be
Yes.
completely honest.
You were rather choosy, right?
Yes.
So you could understand that this is a tumultuous situation. Otherwise, you would have used different words, right?
Of course, yes.
So then you do understand that we also have to wait, right? You can see that this is a tumultuous situation.
It sounds like you've already sowed the seeds of doubt, tourist.
Mm,
Seems like the limit of what you can do right now.
but if we can convince at least one of the commanders, that will truly flip the script. I did
We
well.
are not writing this script, sadly.
Mm. I did well going from the bottom up, but top down, I'm fortunate that I had the chance. I wish it went better.
We're lucky that you even came back from your chance.
I was being honest. I had nothing to hide.
That doesn't mean they wouldn't kill you. You're lucky to be here.
They're being misled. There's nothing wrong with them. It's what they're being told.
No one disagrees with you.
It's
You don't
just
have
not
to
our
convince
place
us.
to try to save every single one of them. At least not now.
If I may,
Yes, envoy.
it seems to me that Oyer is in more danger than either the drow or the human soldiers at this moment.
Yes, but we don't have a lead on Oyer Farron's location. We just know that the military are after him. Unless you have a lead.
I know where he was 2 days ago. That may not lead to where he is now.
What if we just see what direction all the humans are running towards?
You
They did say they had a lead towards him.
See?
I cannot say that following the human army is a very intelligent choice, if I'm going to be honest with any of you. Yes, let's just follow our enemies.
Well, if we can follow them and get a step ahead, I think that's a good idea.
Technically,
But
it
we
is
have-
a tried and true method, though it is not without danger.
Well, the short and skinny. I think you all should find him. Perhaps any. Are we being sneaky with what we're saying? Like, do we trust like the tavern owner?
We trust them. He's given us no reason not to.
Also, we have it from seeing that the guy is
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, he knows
That's
whatever
the guy's cool with it.
whatever noble that scene was talking to. That was yeah.
So, Kira says, like, we rent a room, I draw a door, and we get the king out. We have to follow the humans, and then we
That
get ahead
is-
of them.
We are already behind. You want to make up however much time it took us to get here?
We are already behind. Nothing changes that, but if we follow them, we can get ahead of them.
And if we had the king in our pocket, quite the bargaining chip.
For
We
what?
already-
How is he a bargaining chip?
They want him.
And
Perhaps that could lead us to have some kind of conversation with the commander the tourist is after.
At the very least, he is in danger and is also an ally against the Seraph. If we get him out, he still has power over an entire city, over an entire militia, guard.
and if he's with Rureth, he's in no danger.
Despite how powerful one magician can be,
I don't think
can't-
you understand how old Aeolus Rureth is.
No, I don't. I was literally born last week.
He has seen cities crumble and fall over and over and over again. You can trust in Rureth. Believe me, as much as I wish I could say he's a conniving snake, I simply cannot.
But do we know for sure Rorith's with him?
It sounds like they were together. Were they together?
They were 2 days ago.
Hells.
We do not have much time left here to remain. We have to choose our battles wisely.
Yes, of course. And what do you suggest? What is our path forward?
We can split the difference. We can go see where they were 2 days ago. And if we determine that they are still together now, then we go to free my moon.
They're still missing something, aren't they? We have no way of knowing what they need.
No, that was the cloud.
What do you mean?
We need to free the moon so that I can return.
Return? What does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean?
If you want to have a god on your side, I can become them once more. However, I need the other half of my power, and she was sealed away.
Well, I'm with it. I understand if you think that's the right thing, but why didn't you mention that when we were at the moon pools in the first place?
I was not sure how Saris would feel. I did not feel like offending her. It was
You have-
unintelligent of me, maybe, but the dynamics of the situation made it difficult.
You know you offend a lot of people very regularly. Why is this any different? You've even offended Saris. No offense.
But she is not gone. Maybe if I had pushed, she would have left.
I think that's valid.
Ugh.
The context of the situation has changed quite rapidly.
Yes, I suppose so.
And we'll be nearest where our enemies won't expect us.
True.
Huh.
Right. Well, Envoy, where were they 2 days ago?
There was a manor near the high tower. They were staying there.
Couldn't possibly be anywhere near that, but maybe they left some clues. I don't know.
That is what we hope to find.
You said split up and search, yes. I might be able to follow the humans and see what they find, and like I said, try to get a step ahead of them.
And maybe this clue is also the manor.
Well, if it is, then I'll quickly be able to catch up, won't I?
Suppose that's fair. Try our best not to get arrested this time.
Yeah, I learned a lot, didn't I? I'm sure getting arrested a second time would be enlightening as well.
Aren't they already suspicious of you, given your recent encounter? Is it a good idea to go alone?
I could bring Turk on. They might think twice.
Stu, stop chewing with your mouth open.
What? I've got no other choice. I don't have lips.
A salient point. I had not noticed.
Don't make me self-conscious about it, okay?
The self-conscious
Could you
has no
form
lips.
lips?
No other reason though.
Now I'm imagining a chair with big, luscious
I
lips.
know.
Aww.
Also, no offense to Kaon, but she's truly no powerhouse like Istal.
When was Can? I can't remember.
She's the moon.
Isha's moon.
Mm.
Didn't you refer to them as a mirror as well?
They are my mirror in some ways. In most ways, truly.
That's awfully romantic, but is it helpful?
Is it romantic?
Told you that I cannot return without her.
Hmm.
I can continue to fight diminished, as I have. Or I can slowly begin to regain some of the power I've lost.
Yes, I suppose that would be useful. Hmm.
I vote to use everything we have against the humans and the Seraph.
I still think that the humans are misguided. I think that we can change their as I started to do.
You cannot change the mind of a nation overnight.
No, but give it time. Let
And
it
you-
bake.
You do need to let it bake. Indeed, you have cooked.
Just make sure it has meat in it.
Oh, they're humans, Stu. They're all meat.
They're made of meat.
It is strange how often I am both fascinated and uncomfortable around you.
Around, all of us around who?
Everyone looks at Envoy at the same time.
Yeah, like Envoy's also not a freak. God.
Sitting
A
there,
a robot that thinks he's a person.
cross-legged, hands
Please.
folded on the table, cup of some hot liquid in front of him, hat on,
He can't drink.
totally
That he can't
polished
even
metal
drink,
face.
literally. spilling the fucking shit on his face. Like,
He doesn't ever try to take a sip, but he does stir it sometimes.
Oh. He does stir it sometimes.
God.
Like the steak stew just drinks it afterwards.
Stu loves when Envoy's around. He gets to eat whatever he leaves.
All I'm saying is that this commander, Ryan Abraham, perhaps I am lucky that he let me leave, but perhaps he himself is just following orders, but in himself is a capable, calculating man, and presented with the right evidence, can change his position and the people under him.
What evidence do you think will change his mind?
Maybe I should have shown him the note. I don't know.
Huh.
Yes, that would not have ended with you on the end of a spear.
Mm-mm.
Correct.
And what
I
are we going to
didn't-
do if this commander is the one raising a sword against King Farron?
Well, we're not there yet, are we?
Then we must not wait.
Of course not. All I'm saying is that we can use what we have to influence the situation. And the
Feel like
commander
we
is not
have,
unreasonable. He spoke to me. He allowed me to speak to him. I can do it again, in fact.
We will see. Time will tell.
I think you're putting too much faith in them.
Ferris?
You'll find out in a minute.
I put as much faith in him as I put in any mortal. Everyone deserves that. It doesn't matter the station.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, what about immortals?
What about immortals?
Yeah, they are a little more self-righteous.
Oh, you stabbed me in the heart.
Does Turris understand sarcasm?
Does he?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
He picks up on social cues.
Yeah.
I feel like Isha gives a lot of exposure, so.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Isha's the queen of sarcasm.
Isha-
That's what that means.
Oh,
Isha can
no,
come-
it's
can be a little
Isha
wry
is
and
so
a little
old.
dry, and
Yeah, she needs water. Like,
No one's offered her water.
no one has offered this bitch a cup of water.
Milk.
Milk. Oh, and no, certainly, she is indeed sarcastic, but you know, it's all the skepticism and you know, being old.
all right. In the interest of ending relatively on time, it sounds like you guys.
Why not just play another hour?
We
2 hours.
we can't make up for last night today. All right.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. Stop being.
we have two other streamers that I have to
Why
usher
can't we
off
do
so they
this?
can get to their other stuff.
Rip.
So it's
It's not fair.
Not fair.
It's not fair.
it's absolutely fair. I would not get my the
No,
Chev
no,
love
no.
triangle
This is
fixed
criminal.
if we continue
This is criminal.
So it's only fixing it for 2. Anyway,
What do you think, Rye?
I don't think.
Yeah.
would you guys like to continue this scene next time, or are you guys
Can we just
shuffling
can we go to the
out?
manor?
Yeah. It sounds kind of like 3 of you going to the manor with Turris, Turken, and Stu heading to follow the humans.
Yes, because
Following
Turris
humans?
and
Okay.
Turkan are taking Stu with them by force.
Oh yeah, he'd be complaining.
I'm okay if Turkan and Stu are.
Sure, what are we doing now?
Gonna stalk some humans.
He's literally like picking our ears. Just look over and go, huh?
Huh?
I'd like a little Turkan and Stu action here before we end.
Now hold on.
What the?
Ayo?
No, that's not
What
what I
the?
mean.
I do love me some romance.
That's not what I mean. That's not at all what I would.
How do you feel about pseudopods?
Thanks for nearly making that drink come out of my nose.
I just need to.
How do you feel about pseudopods?
I just need a side note that, like, once in a while, my roommate's like, when you do that, like, weird innuendo thing on stream, like, when you don't realize it, do you mean to do it? Are you playing? Or are you actually, you just walk into it? And this is one of those moments that, like, really shows, yeah, I just kind of accidentally walk into it, and I don't mean to. Yeah.
Get wrecked?
I did it last night when I watched Mad Max, and I said I chromed myself, so that's it.
Oh.
Hi,
So, so Isha, Cian, and Steris, you are going to head directly to the manor with the envoy kind of leading you there.
Yes.
Turris, you are leading Turkan and Stu to find some of the scrambling human forces to follow them.
Yeah, yeah.
And you're filling them in on the way on like what the situation is.
Yeah.
As you are like mid-sentence doing that, you have this. I don't know what it feels like for you when someone like unexpected arrives at your tower.
Oh no.
But that does happen. And that is where we'll end it for the week.
Dagnap!
Oh.
You feel a familiar presence arrive at the tower, and a flash of those serpentine eyes appears in your mind's eye, and we just get a camera shot of Turris like stopping mid-sentence as that realization hits as we end for the week.
No!
And that is what the dice roll was about.
Oh no!
Turris is like, actually, fuck these guys. I
got something to do.
There's a person at my fucking building I gotta go talk to.
Hold
Oh,
on,
we're-
ring's going off.
Ring doorbell's going off.
Not the ring doorbell. That is crazy. 140 gold?
Oh my god.
Oh God.
I can't believe that I made my Kill Bill jokes in the.
Dude,
No one
is not
has
fair.
responded
All
to my
of you
very
need to
funny
fucking-
jokes.
all of you.
Oh, still?
Correct.
Rip.
Not even an emote.
All of you need to go laugh at that shit. All of you. It's too funny. It's too fucking funny.
Anyway, thank you guys for playing. It was a delightful session.
Thank you. That was great.
It's gold, yes.
I know that.
I need more.
I know there
Jeez.
wasn't a ton yet for Turkan and Stu to do, but hopefully it was entertaining regardless. So I'll catch you guys next week, and maybe you'll have time to go back and see who's at your tower. Seems like you have a busy day though, so who knows?
Also, it takes like an hour to put the door up. Like, they might just leave in 20 minutes. Holy fuck.
They're just checking their watch. 15 minutes before.
Yeah. Like, oh, like they're late. You gotta get a
doorman
Google
for it.
Calendar.
That's why I also want a freaking. What do we have? The sending stone. I want a sending stone specifically to the tower that we know no one else is listening in on.
We just have to buy another pair of sending stones or make one. It's like not that complicated.
I suppose so.
True.
It's not that difficult. We're just poor.
Anyway, I'm excited for this lady to get bored 15 minutes before you finish your door and then leave your pizza.
Oh my God.
Leave your pizza outside the
Me
door
too.
instead.
That would be so funny. You feel someone leave.
Your door is forming. It's almost done. God.
Oh, shoot. I'll chase them down the mountain.
Oh.
They
That
physically
say-
have to
that
watch.
assumes they have typical
As
movement
a-
speeds.
As a delivery driver, that was one of the biggest pet peeves is when, you get to the delivery and they wouldn't answer the door, won't answer their phone.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Okay, be right
And
back.
they
I have to
roll
use the
10
restroom
minutes
really
later
quick.
like, oh yeah, sorry, I ordered on the way home.
Uh-huh.
The worst, yeah, absolutely.
Also, if he's drawing his door, I just know Turkon and Stu are gonna antagonize him the whole time.
Stu's just like
Oh my
reaching
God.
past him and like brushing bits off. Like,
Honestly, the funniest thing that comes from this is the fact that like Terse is like, well, if you want to go follow the humans, you two do it. And it's just Turkon and Stu trailing the humans, and
On a
Terse
quest
is
they didn't ask
what?
for.
What
Tur-
are you doing?
yeah.
Why are you following us? I don't know.
Slowly like walk into a run and they're just like
Just
Why
look
are
over
you
their
following
shoulders. Stu's like, no,
the two
you
of us
don't,
have
you
no
really,
idea what we're actually doing.
you really don't want to make the bull run. You don't want to make him charge at you.
they're too afraid to ask too many questions.
Yeah.
However,
Okay,
God.
I'm gonna go wrap up stream real quick, and then I'll catch whoever's here in a minute and a half.
Oh man.
All right. Thank you guys for coming and hanging out. It was a lovely session. I had a lot of fun. Really enjoyed playing an asshole cop. That's always a good time. Let's just see who's online. I know Voraktee and Rye won't hop on quite fast enough for me to raid. I do see Secret Lunchbox is playing Fallout 4. I know we raid lunch a lot on Saturdays, but all the same, lunch is a good dude. I'm not gonna regret that in any way. Give me a minute. Oh, Saf is playing SMT5. Usually I have more tabletop people on Saturday, but looking like it's not an option. All right. I'll take a quick peek at the Pathfinder category, and then we'll raid Secret Lunchbox. Oh, I do like Aeon Kobold. Let's raid some Pathfinder people. If this stream is... Yeah, they're only an hour in. Let's go check out this tabletop stuff. Let's see what this is going on. It looks like they're running a very kobold-based campaign. It looks like all the player characters are kobold. So I think that's a lovely place to go and check out. All right. Like I said, thank you guys for hanging out and catching the stream. We of course were joined by the wonderful Voraktee and Rhinosnax today. I'm probably gonna try to stream some Hunt Showdown with Voraktee tomorrow, and that'll be a good time. I have no idea when that's gonna start or what's gonna happen there, but I will let you know in the Discord. I might try to sneak in some GM prep first. Anyway, I will let these clips play out, and I will catch you all later. I hope you have a lovely weekend and a lovely start to your weekend. I'll see you all again soon. Bye!
It's an app.
I didn't use an app. I used a Google API thing.
That's actually more of an app than an app.
That is how. What year are we living in? I never made those faces. What? What? I don't understand it.
2020.
Welcome to 2020. Yeah.
No, Rise clip is totally gonna get cut off. Voraktee's
I
clip too long.